Yo, what is up, YouTube? We are trying this shit out um on my phone. I wanted to see how things work on here on mobile. So figured we could do just a little chill stream. But we're always gonna start it out with some music, so 1 second.
All I need is vibes. All I need is vibes. Virginia County AC, you bitch. Yeah, all I need is vibes. Rolling through these county streets, I wonder what the hills could see. If they could tell a story, I would listen to the legacy. The whispers from the swaying trees, vibrations come from under me. Elements from earth is what I make from all I really need is vibes. All I need is vibes. I need vibes. All I need is vibes. All I need is vibes. Rolling doing 60, rumbling in this four-wheel drive. I need trust. Hell yeah, I love getting money, but getting high is my shit though. Girl Scout cookies broke down in the console. Square body, white wall, sitting on rolls. Bad bitch on my iPhone from Puerto Rico. Redneck, famous, no strings or loophole. Get it how I gotta, even if I'm going solo. Treat my studio like a goddamn dojo. On 2 years, I was pretty much a hobo. I said being broke was a motherfucking no-no. Life's a green light, all I wanna do is go. Competition out of gas, why they going slow? Shit, I don't know. Fuck everybody's dream, let mine unfold. I'm making me a legacy to be passed and told. And if I could, I probably did my last name in Chrome. Rolling through these county streets, I wonder what the hills could see. If they could tell a story, I would listen to the legacy. The whispers from the swaying trees, vibrations come from under me. Elements from earth is what I make from all I really need is vibes. All I need is vibes. I need vibes. All I need is vibes. All I need is vibes. Rolling doing 60, rumbling in this four-wheel drive. I need home to the hotel, no riding coattails. Told all of my old friends, fuck y'all and farewell. They was going nowhere, stuck off on their own rail. No job, no bills, no skill, no shame. Oh well, and here I am, most famous redneck on Instagram. Hiding all my hot guns from Uncle Sam. South Bay with my strive, drive, and rough hand. I'm from the dirty, muddy water, dripping from the gutter. Never run the rest, I made a country motherfucker. Got a really big family, oldest of a lot of brothers. Nashville, see me coming, thought I looked just like a sucker. Better think again when you think of me. I'm Dixieland, I'm Tennessee. My song's gonna jam when we're all deceased. Call me Mr. Cheatham County AC, you bitch. Rolling through these county streets, I wonder what the hills could see. If they could tell a story, I would listen to the legacy. The whispers from the swaying trees, vibrations come from County AC, you bitch. Elements from earth is what I make from all I really need is vibes. All I need is vibes. I need vibes. All I need is vibes. Give me vibes. All I need is vibes. Rolling doing 60, rumbling in this four-wheel drive. I need vibes. All I need is vibes. All I need is vibes. I need vibes. All I need is vibes. Give me vibes. All I need is vibes. The Cheatham County AC, you bitch. Give me vibes.
Yo, that is right. We about vibes over here. But what's up, everybody? I think everybody should be able to hear me just fine. But yeah, we all about them vibes. We big chilling today. What has been going on? I have not been. Well, I've been through a couple streams lately. Other than that, I haven't really been on much. This weekend I went to my girlfriend's for a bit. I went out, did some things. Found out some some information that is very good in my side of life. So I'm pretty happy about it. We're just moving forward in life, trying to do our best here. I got a few interviews coming up. For those that didn't know, I'm supposed to be planning an interview with TJ Sanders, Sirius Mac, and those are the top two that I know of right now, that are for sure. I'm trying to get some others. I also got a possibility of a few other special guests, through certain connections that I have. Possibly some bigger names. I'm not going to say who, but yeah, it's going to be exciting. We're going to have some interviews. I kind of want to start making content regularly after life I'm trying to get life to settle a little bit better in my end of the deal. Things have been kind of chaotic lately after the holidays and everything and the start of the new year. And we're just trying to get everything back to an even keel so I can start doing this regularly. And regularly, I'm meaning like on a schedule every week, at like 1 or 2 days that consist of a stream. I'm thinking one day each account. So one day the Enlight Watcher, one day Dank Reactions. I want to start doing more with Dank Reactions too. I want to start making some videos for it. Let's see. I will be planning an interview with Sirius Mac. This is going to be about a month out. We're going to do a lot of planning and kind of push this interview a little bit more than we did with Hard Target and Simple Man, just because now I'm kind of getting in the hang of things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to plan it out where an interview is in the future, like let's say 3 weeks out, a month out, and then I can start promoting it that whole month over social media and everything. And then do my regular stream of that person's music before the interview, obviously. And then we'll get into doing the interview, maybe play certain songs again during that interview stream. Talk about future things, possibly get a hear and new music coming out, depending on the artist and what they're willing to share. Let's see. Yeah, we got a lot of things going on. We just got to get there. I'm excited for it because it'll be a lot of fun. If you feel like coming up on the panel, just let me know. Everyone is welcome, of course. I just figured we could do a chill stream. I'm still chilling at my girl's house right now until I go home. She's at work, so I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna throw a stream up. Kids are in school, so we're good for a little bit. The Rundown, man, that shit's been getting interesting a little bit. I was watching that. Really interesting how the voting goes out, like how each person and what each person thinks of the song, and kind of how it's going. I do believe that there's a lot of contenders in there that are really good. It's just been an interesting play out for sure, especially this season with I think the golden ticket thing was interesting way this season, how it was played out. What else has been going on? Oh, I seen TNT Dad had a good stream yesterday. I was in there for a little bit. I know they were doing a panel. I just wasn't able to come on panel because I was dealing with getting some kids to bed and spending time with my girlfriend and shit. So I had the stream up listening and shit. They had like Triple T up there, Menace. I forgot the young man's name they were talking to. And then, of course, Muddy and TNT. Panels when he does them sometimes. So I'll probably continue doing those here and there. There's just certain panels like I'll go on right now. Other panels, the motherfuckers want to talk, they come on my panel. I do a panel stream every time I stream, pretty much. So they got something to say, they can always come and say it to my face. But they won't. They never do. Because I don't have enough viewers. That's okay. Because my channel, I've always said, I'm not about numbers. Something that Capsized Cuck doesn't understand, clearly. HBR is still streaming instead of jumping off, which I'm proud of him for. Man, keep it up, bro. It's always good to take a break, but you don't need to cut yourself entirely off. Don't let them win. It's not worth it. If you enjoy doing it, do what you're doing. Do it. Do what you enjoy. Don't let others play you down because of it. Let's see here. Oh, dude, you can't share screen on here no more. Okay, so mobile you can't share screen or screens, so that's kind of rough. But why is it like that then? What's the point? Okay. This is weird. Those banners. Yeah, there's no way to put the screen up. Yo, what's up, HBR? Speaking of, what's good, my brother? Well, that's rough. But it is what it is. What's up, Lori's World? Good morning, everybody. Everyone can feel free to come up on panel if you'd wish. We're just chilling, vibing, doing the damn thing. We doing chilling. As, you know. Do y'all see that video of Ryan Upchurch, quote unquote, mocking Adam Calhoun? It was such a fucking stupid video. I was like, dude, you're done. You're not even funny no more, bro. Like, it wasn't even remotely funny or accurate. How the fuck do you get bodied diss track wise? Don't come out with any other diss tracks and just sit there and make videos. Like, you're fucking stupid, bro. That's wild. It makes no sense to me. Him wish the banana was Adam's. I mean, facts. He definitely wants to play with Adam's beard, that's for sure. And motherfucker's obsessed. Adam hasn't spoke about him at all. He's been doing his own thing. He moved the fuck on. And Ryan's doing the same shit that I knew he was gonna do. He's been doing it for fucking months. Yeah, it was cringe as fuck. Facts, it was super cringe. I don't understand what the fuck he thinks he's going with this shit. It's just wild. The blackface crap. I don't know if he was mocking the fact Adam works or if it's racial. He's mocking the fact that Adam works. I gotta figure out a way to I can't do it on StreamYard from my phone, so I have to do that when I get home. Yeah, the video made no sense. Facts, it really didn't. It was rather dumb. It wasn't even funny. Like, Ryan used to be really fucking hilarious when he would troll people and put a sense of humor and shit. Now it's dry as fuck. Like, just watching it, like, what the fuck are you doing? Makes no fucking sense. And you're in this case, you're making, in a way, you're making fun of every person that works. So everyone that pays for your fucking music and shit, you're making fun of. If we're gonna go by that video, I mean, come on now. Lawyer's World, I'll make you a mod when I get home on my computer. I just can't do it here. It's drier than British comedy. Fucking facts. Super facts right there. I don't understand his whole where he's trying to go with this shit. Like, I get he's trying to drop Creeker 3. And then he's got that album with Mr. Weirdo himself. I won't even say his name. But this is just not the way to do it. I guess Bloodhound is was detoxing, going through withdrawals or something. I've seen him post some videos. I didn't like the fact that he came up. You're looking like scared as go. Weak. No, Bloodhound definitely came up on the panel with Triple T, and that shit was. I don't think that was okay. The man pissed on camera, like, dude was fucked up. I think that should have been prolonged out. I think it should have ended that stream right then and there. But and that's not on Triple T. That's more on Bloodhound than anything. But Bloodhound also discussed the issues with the Nazi stuff and Ryan, and these people were like, "Oh, well, if you know your history, this, that, the other," trying to make excuses for what Ryan was doing. And few of their Creek squads was like, I just found you through this stuff, and you're talking shit about Ryan Upchurch, and I don't like it. Like, who gives a bro? Yeah, why did you tag Triple T in that? I have no idea why he tagged Triple T. Oh, HBR, you know what I'm talking about then. Yeah. It was Brandy Day that was doing it. Yeah. There's a couple others too. I don't remember their names, but I don't understand the whole thought process of tagging Triple T in that, Lori, at all. I feel like he's an artist trying to regain momentum somehow off of YouTube. So I think he's trying to feed off of different communities. And I'm talking about Bloodhound. I wouldn't call him a quote unquote clout chaser. But I do think he's trying to feed off of other communities for views to his music. But I think he's doing it the wrong fucking way. If he's a man about trying to be in recovery and this, that, the other, he needs to be fully recovered. And not just getting high and showing up on the internet. You're about recovery, be about it, you know what I mean? Use your platform to do so. I'm all for that. But you can't sit there and boast about recovery while you're fucked up on a person's panel pissing in the toilet on YouTube. That was rather sad to watch. I wasn't even. Yeah, that interview, Tim went through with it, and it shows the struggle of recovery while you're high. Yeah. Yeah, and I seen that he went through with it. At that point, you had a choice to either keep going or stop the interview. Tim missed the pissing part. Rewatched it. Yeah, I figured he didn't. I don't think everyone caught it. There was just certain people that caught it, but it was called out in the chat, for sure. But I mean, at that point, you have two choices. You can either stop the stream and stop that fucking interview, or you keep on the interview. He wasn't high, but he was drunk. Well, I don't know HBR. I think he was a mixture. Because he was just talking on a video about going withdrawals heavily. Um, so he might not saying for sure or not, but you know, at the end of it, Tim said, "If you come back, be sober." Yeah, yeah, it's definitely one of those choices you gotta. I'm kind of glad he kept going with it, um, because it does showcase the recovery process and whatnot, and that is a very good thing to showcase. Don't get me wrong, but see, we gotta, as content creators, it's the hard part. We gotta judge when it's too much of exposure to certain things. Yeah, I know he said that, HBR. He said that he'd been scraping the top of the pill to get some of the residue from the pill and do a very small amount. But I guess in his like latest video when he was talking about the whole Nazi stuff, he had talked about he was going through heavier like withdrawals or something like that. Like he just made it seem like it was more of an issue, I guess, issue or something. I don't know how to explain it. It was something that kind of popped up while I was watching. I was like, okay. Like I have no hate towards the man at all. Like I really hope he gets sober. I saw a clip from his live before Tim's, and a woman was holding a pipe in the same room. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any hate towards the man at all. We all have our demons. Um, I just hope that you want to be an artist, you want to be product of society. I hope that he gets some help, gets sober. I mean, look, alcohol and drugs, whatever. I'm not even in front. I've done acid. I've done shrooms. I smoke pot. You know what I mean? Like, but there's a difference between being stuck on them and doing them like, oh, I went to a show, so I did some acid or some shrooms, but I never touched it again. You know what I mean? When it becomes an everyday thing and it's starting to put a damper in your life, your relationships, friendships, you might be stealing, you might be whatever it might be. It could change your whole behavior, your whole personality, honestly. Drugs do that. If it becomes that to that point, that's when you need to stop and take a look and be like, yo, I'm doing too much. I need to not be doing this. Cause and I don't have any hate towards anyone that does drugs. And some of the greatest artists were on heroin, meth, fucking cocaine, fucking a lot of them use drugs to inspire themselves to write better music. Now, am I going to say the greatest choice in the world? Probably not. But you know what? It is what it is at the end of the day. So I don't have any judgment for that. But what I do say is if it's putting a problem in your life and making you look some type of way to other people, then it's time to take a step back maybe and recollect yourself, if you will. Um, and if you are having issues with it, seek help, talk about it, you know. Same thing with suicide and all that stuff. Like if you're feeling depressed and shit like that, talk about it. Ask for help. There are people for that. Because it is really sad to see people stuck like that. And a lot of people that become addicts, they often feel stuck. They get pushed out by their families because families don't want to deal with it or they don't want to be enabling the behavior. So they just distance themselves from that person. So the person becomes secluded, makes them feel worse. And it just becomes a harder situation. But then again, a person isn't going to get clean unless they truly want to get clean. So, and I'm a firm believer that for a person to get clean, they're going to have to want to get clean, but they also need support. They need people to talk to, that they can trust, and have that good moral support to keep them going. And I mean, this is just anybody, not just recovery, just people, period. Regular ass people need that shit. We all need support in some sort of way. Um, I'm blessed to have my girlfriend. She's very, very, very supportive. And I got a few friends of mine. I got a few people on YouTube that I use as support. I mean, support can come many different ways. But if anyone feels like coming up on the panel, feel free. I'm inviting anybody and everybody. I don't give a fuck. We're just chilling. I actually, you know what? I might have to go downstairs and grab the fucking remote. Oh, fuck. Because I don't think we have it up here. Oh, shit. Nope. Oh. Should be down here. Shouldn't it? Unless the kids lost it. Oh, it's right there. Okay, cool. Wait, I have a monster down here. Yes, I'm walking through the house right now. Trying to get my life together. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck yeah. I only told her to grab me one. All right. Mission accomplished there. We're going to see how this works. I don't know if this will work very well, but we're going to try it out. Mm-hmm. Is there a way for me to put on, let's see, trying to figure out, I could go the safe route and just do this. But isn't there one that has, shit. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get this music set up here. And since I'm not at home, I don't have my computer clearly. I'm on my phone, so I can't share screen. So I'm trying to use our TV. Okay, well. Okay, I think y'all can hear it. Oh, this is chill. I think it's picking up. Chat, let me know if you can hear the music. Actually, what I can do is actually pull this up and see. Fuck. Actually, exit YouTube. That's right. Okay. We're gonna try this out. I'm gonna try to get access my account on the TV. Shit. That didn't do it. Use your remote. This is a pain in the ass. I should have thought of this before I started my stream, but here we are. There we go. So now we're in. There we go. Yeah, the one that was on TNT was Shaden Adams. That's who it was. Just showed up. That's not. Let's go to my. There we go. That's how we want it. Hopefully, the sound will pick up while I play.
Getting stories and shit talking to y'all, like fucking divas. It looks like this. They're like fucking walking. Something serious. Guys, get in shit because I gotta talk to you. It's fucking. This is one of those serious ones. That's why I got fucking stupid camera angle. If you follow me, kind of, there's a guy holding the camera. But really, my fucking arm is extended out like a fucking metal bolt holding the camera. Okay, hang on a minute. First one is a little bit more than stuff to do. Yeah, be all right. Stuff to do. Changing the scene. Yawn. Coming in the fucking how fucking hard day was. Fucking holding the camera up like a fucking dumbass. So it looks like a fucking TRL show. Yeah. In my face a minute ago with the fucking sentimentalism. Oh, pause. Hey. I'm gonna change the scene real quick because it's Hollywood. make a noise like I'm doing something. Lean forward, like my back. Turn my fucking head so you can see the fucking black mark on my face. And, oh yeah, the black stuff, yeah, no, man, it's just from white here. Workers doing shit gets dirty sometimes. When we did a bunch of it, that's why there's a whole fuck of it on my face. This little mark right here. All the work that we did was fucking take my hat off, mess my hair up. Get the fucked up hair. Your head gets fucked up when you're working on the clock, dude. You should think how many fucking tools got dusty today. It was fucking, it was dusty out there. Jogging, fitness, you know. Sorry, y'all. I was gone for fucking 2 minutes. When we were past for the day. Oh, this, it's nothing. Went to go
Not
fucking
even
check the
funny.
mail. There was some shit that needed doing fixing. I didn't know nothing. It just got there from working. Another yawn, just to show how tired. Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking. Why is it? How come it's not on my shirt? I'm in my pajamas and in bed. I gotta do more work tomorrow. I'm just gonna fucking leave this here like a badge of fucking honor. Walk around like, yeah, I'm a dirty working boy. So I'm just been fucking, sitting here. Uh, the dirt is still on my face. I've just been taking cool pictures like this, like what? This my I'm working face. Like, don't continue working like that. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day though. I need to let me take you on. Uh, I'm going to help my uncle tomorrow. Yeah. I gotta drive down to this place. Where it's called Pickleville. Pickleville is Pickleville, Alabama. Yeah, my uncle. He's a professional pickle plucker. And he got the Golden Pickle Award because he can pluck the most pickles in precise amount of time. So he's been a professional pickle plucker since fucking 1814. My uncle's like immortal from drinking pickle juice. No, for real, you can look it up on fucking Google. So, his name, yeah, his name is Percy. Percy Perry. Yep, Percy Perry, the professional pickle plucker. What are you fucking laughing? Are you laughing at pickleism? Dude, fuck, dude. You see this fucking dirt on my god face? Yeah, I'm serious about everything, bro. My fucking knuckles got spikes on them. I'm fucking born that way. You wanna fucking meet my fucking family? You don't wanna meet my fucking family. You take my pickle plucking uncle is fucking there? Huh? You should see my fucking my cousin Carrie, yeah. My cousin Carrie is a carrier of cucumbers. Oh yeah, cucumbers are way fucking heavy as your fucking pickles. Yeah, I do think they're different. Go look it up. They are. This fucking guy. Some dog walking fast, spinning my arm out. Ball's gonna fucking go. I'm fucking getting in my car and I'm driving to the fucking Milky Way. This fucking dude that lives in the Milky Way was talking shit about my uncle's pickle plucking. I already told you I had spiky knuckles. You wanna get hit with the hornet? Nah, that's pretty dedicated. On second thought, dude, fuck that guy. I gotta make a fucking live. Explaining why I said horny knuckles. Well, they know weird going on. I know I'm always with a bunch of other dudes with big, good shaped legs, but it ain't what it looks like, alright? Hey, dude. Hey, friends. Checking in. I'm fucking eating a banana. Do you think it's gay if I eat a banana? Hmm? Okay. Is it gay? I'm gonna hold this fucking banana. I'm gonna do a poll. If y'all think it's gay, I won't eat it. Is it gay? I'm doing it. No, it's a fucking dilemma. Fucking did it, dude. I don't fucking way. I'm sorry. I don't know what to fucking do. I fucking ate that banana. No, I don't feel any different. I'm still thinking about it. continue.
Why is Upchurch sexualizing everything now? Like, he's turning into a weirdo. Too much hanging out with Beast Boy, I think.
You know, because like doing standing in pro side, I'm like, yo, this shit smells like women. You know? I'm like, fuck this. And I'll go to the dog food section. I'm like, yeah, it smells like doing working. I just stand over here until my fucking wife done getting rid of all them smells. And yeah, my brain was like working real good. And I was like, wait a minute, dog. Don't they say dudes, you like dudes, you have to fruity? Bro, bro, what the fuck's up with that? Man? I wonder how they turn the frogs gay. They might be doing something similar. Bro, I ain't cool with that, bro. Bananas, they were bananas. Bro, it's like, it's like double, never mind, double nothing. Dog, I gotta fucking let it go. I gotta let it, not the banana, I'm not holding on to nothing. This situation, I gotta let it go. Smooth boobies, smooth boobies, smooth boobies. It's working. Bro, I have a bisexual house, bro. I'm fucking retiring and moving. Um,
Yeah, that shit's so stupid. Like, there was no and nothing funny about it. I think that shit's just, I don't know. It's weird. We got fucking Gotcha Man back on it. Anthony Beatsbo came out with the song Call Me Daddy. It was a vibe. I definitely fucked with it. You know, big shout out to the Hardcore MMA show for this, because this shit's fucking great.
I don't even know what to talk about.
First of all, Johnny Gobble, you ain't fighting nobody. Your fat ass ain't doing shit. Stop.
He might go do. Damn, he acts like he knows them, and that damn uncle got beat up in the street or something. I don't even know what the fuck happened. If I don't know what's going on, I'd go back one day.
Look, I don't even know what really. I seen the video of the fight with Fag Boy, aka Hosier, and the old man. I don't know what it started. I don't know the start of the fight. I don't know how that all played out, right? No one does. The only thing you could see is the fight. So I'm not even gonna comment on that shit, because two grown men fighting they ain't my business. I don't give a fuck. He fighting a grown man, whatever. I was like, the man wasn't disabled. He wasn't, you know what I mean? He was functionable. He fought back. So it is what it is. But Johnny Gobble, you ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna fight nobody. I don't know why you trying to act hard on your YouTube page, trying to think you're gonna do something.
Or not go from pay.
MMC.
He knows what it's got his finger on the top beat country rap community. And then you walk away with the damn chicken leg. I'm making this video for a point. Just keep listening to him.
My first question is, why you looking at his legs that quick, that like good? Like, bro, what was you really looking at, Johnny Gobble? You're being weird. Talking about his legs and shit. Who gives a fuck if he got skinny legs? Do you know that majority of people that are skinny got skinny legs, but they kick hard as shit? Come on now.
Talk to him. Talk about fighting. Big people.
Dudes are not supposed to be thick. Girls are, my guy. What the thighs are for. Dudes are not supposed to be like that, my guy. Get that out of your head.
Keep listening.
I would. I'd try you like that, Johnny Gobble. Any day. Come on. Come up. Come up to Ohio with your wife's car, not your. Well, actually, it's your daughter's car.
Yeah, you do something to around that church. You've been trying like for 3 years.
Oh yeah, he's trying to get back and riding up Church's good graces a little bit, you know, with this shit. Like, he wants Ryan's attention for sure. And when Ryan talked about him a little bit, man, he was hyped about it. He was so happy. Doing stalking.
You would come to the front door, open your phone. Talk about some, I'm gonna call it live.
Facts. He called Johnny Hallbrook and tried to tickle fight the mayor. Yo, what up, White Wolf? How you doing, bro? On them haymakers.
What kind of damn lazy boy looking ass shit is this? He gonna beat somebody up, making a beat up video. Oh, I'm going to a drive.
Feeling fine, waiting on my coffee? Fuck yeah, bro.
Order a gallon of
Red Tab milk. Hey, he's grabbing milk because he's an LOL cow. Come on now, LOL cow. You getting that? Johnny, you should have moved in this video, bro. That'd have made it perfect. Got the Red Tab milk, and then you gave a little move. You know, just saying.
You can't make this shit up. Oh, wow.
See them haymakers that he was throwing? What are you supposed to throw? Johnny Gobble, listen. When men fight, we throw haymakers. But we're not about to tickle fight, okay? We know about you and the tickle fight in the mayor, and it's okay. We get it. But that's not how fights work.
Let's see if it looks 16, 5, 8, 4. 16, 5, 8. Get you, let me get an order.
Red Tab milk.
Walk in. John's one in type. You pull up to the store and you see his wife out pumping gas.
Fact.
It's strong for the 20.
Yo, MMA, bro, you are right. This motherfucker would make his wife pump the gas. He is not getting out to do that shit.
I seen one I put at the store. Seen that today. See it every day. That's fact. Make some milk, 2 cigarettes.
Typical dad that left his kids, just saying. He went to go get milk and cigarettes.
Had a drive-through store. Dang, I ain't never seen one of them my whole life. He rolled up and got 123.
Well, MMA, there's a lot of drive-throughs around even where I live. You could do that, but I mean, the only time I ever go through the drive-through store is to get cigarettes or some blunt wraps. I don't know about if I'm gonna go get milk, I'm gonna go get milk at the grocery store.
Cigarettes. I mean, they have me. Yeah, you ain't gonna do a fucking thing. Just talk to your phone. You hold down like tell it to do.
Big facts, bro. Pointing out the truth. Johnny Gobble ain't gonna do shit. Looking at these next few, I don't count. Huh. Trying to see. This is really hard to go through, like on the TV. Holy shit! This is a process. So much easier on my PC. It really is, guys. My God. There hasn't really been much that I can see right now.
Music industry is as close to criminal as you can possibly get without going to prison. Your rapper that you're listening to is talking about having Percocets in Abu Dhabi, but you're in a library in Chicago. It's like
That's Tom McDonald's interview. We could go through that actually. Let's do it. That was actually a really good
music
interview.
industry is as close to criminal
I think y'all can hear
possibly
it.
get without going to prison. The rapper that you're listening to is talking about having Percocets in Abu Dhabi, but you're in a library in Chicago. It's like these are much better. It is. So how do you feel about the cultural appropriation allegations? I mean, Hey everyone, I'm Xavier DeRusso from PragerU, and I'm here with recording artist, singer, and rapper Tom McDonald. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm blessed and highly favored.
Good.
Thank you for stopping by today. You're here to film a Stories of Us episode. How's that go?
It was a blast. There was some good stories. There's a little bit of tears in there. It was a big one. Big one. Pretty hard to go through my life story without shedding a tear, dude.
Well, today we won't be too heavy. It's going to be lighthearted because you already told the full story. I can't wait to see that Stories of Us episode. I am hoping I can get a little sneak peek though. Did you talk about your wrestling career?
I think we did talk about wrestling a little bit.
You did?
I mean, it's pretty hard to go from birth to present day with wrestling was such a huge part of my life. So there's definitely some like spandex stories and stuff in there for sure.
Nice. Yeah. What made you walk away from that?
Man, pro wrestling business is even more political than the political game. It's a difficult business. So bad politics combined with accumulated injuries, it was just time for me to go somewhere and do something else where I didn't have to get hit with steel chairs and put through tables and stuff, you know?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's like a little known fact about me. I'm actually a huge diehard WWE fan.
No
I
kidding.
watch twice a week. So we're basically cousins. We're just alike. We're blonde. We're anti-woke. We're black. We're black. Yes, we are very black. I'm actually part Chinese too.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. Or that best thing that happened to me. But it is also full circle that I get to sit down with you now, because about 5 years ago, I was a whole hater because I was woke and I was so triggered by your song, People So Stupid.
Because that song was about you at that point in time.
It was Xavier So Stupid.
Yeah.
It applied. Every single bar applied to me.
Good. I'm glad. You know, I really enjoy when my music reaches the people who need it most when they need it most. It also makes me really happy to hear that it's pissed somebody off. That's like, you know, my mission objective is to uplift and empower. But as sort of like a happy little byproduct, if I can trigger a bunch of morons along the way, that's a bonus.
Yeah. I would say the truth will set you free, but first it'll piss you off.
Absolutely.
So you need to hear it. And I needed to at the time. And I'm not going to lie, the part that, and I obviously think differently nowadays, but I remember watching it and I was like, how dare this white man sit here and appropriate my culture as if I've ever written a rap and then diss me on it. So how do you feel about the cultural appropriation allegations?
I mean, you. Like, you know, people always say, like, you know, like hip hop, it's our house and you're a guest in our house. And like, I never asked anybody to enter anybody's house. I built my own house across the street, and I'm just stand in the front yard and yell out the windows all I want, and there's nothing you can do about it. So
I love it. I was about to tell you, you can be blunt. And then I thought about it. I'm like, he doesn't need me to tell him. You know, I mean, that's so true. I often wonder why people try to gatekeep out of race. But then at the same time, it's like, let's say that no white people ever wanted to participate in listening to rap or making rap music or anything like that, then people would be like, oh, well, you think you're too good to be a part of our culture. So then it's like, you really can't win. But I am wondering too, it's like when you are hearing all the stereotypes where they try to categorize all of you as Eminem, what do you think of that?
honestly, it doesn't really bother me. I'll take that as a compliment. In my opinion, I don't think him and I see eye to eye politically. I don't think we'd ever going to be best friends or anything like that. But all that aside, he's one of the greatest rappers, white or black or yellow or brown or whatever, to ever exist. So I mean, there's worse things to be compared to. People compare me to Macklemore sometimes, and I'm not too fond of that. So I mean, I'll take that Eminem thing. I mean, it's just, you know, Eminem's a white rapper. I'm a white rapper. If that's the line you want to draw, if surface level is as deep as you're gonna get, I mean, by all means.
Fair enough. Do you feel like there is systemic racism behind the scenes as a white rapper in the hip hop world?
I'm probably not the best person to ask about that because I make my own beats. I release my own music independently, from the song concepts to the beat production to the recording to the mixing and mastering to designing the t-shirts to distribution of the music.
What up, buddy?
Music video.
I think Ryan Upchurch is pissed that Tom's form of marketing has outdid his. That's why he says he don't care and don't want his music played on the radio. Denial. That's why he is pissed at Jelly, Struggle, and Adam. I feel it. I kind of agree with that, MMC. Shout out, Muddy. Good to see you, my guy. With Tom's song hitting mainstream and radio, he has changed country rap. Yeah, but see, I don't even really like subgenre country rap. I feel like regardless if you're rapping from the country, you're rapping from the city, it don't matter. You're rapping. It's the same format. Regardless of what your discussion in the rap is irrelevant. I feel like country rap was made to split. To make it more comfortable for white people to be a part of hip hop. So they made it country rap. And I don't really like it. I think that and I get it, there's differences in the instruments that are used or whatever, but like that, fuck that. That's rap. You still rapping. At the end of the day, you know what I mean? Tom has a level of authenticity that Ryan can't reach. Very true. I agree with that statement too.
Just like, it's all me and my girlfriend. So unless I wake up tomorrow, my girlfriend's a racist and doesn't like me, I'm never going to have to deal with that because I built my own ecosystem outside of the music industry. So there's gatekeeping everywhere. We talked about it in the Stories of Us at length, in depth. But, you know, being independent is such a blessing because I get to avoid a lot of the stuff that maybe mainstream white rappers, Macklemore's and guys like that. I get to avoid a lot of the stuff that I'm sure that they've gone through.
You know, with the gatekeeping, does it get draining at a certain point where I feel like a lot of artists who speak out against the grain, or they're willing to not play all the industry, like play by the industry rules, I should say, they end up getting blackballed from the Grammys. They don't get invited to certain places. And they always say like, oh, I don't care. I don't need them anyway. But I feel like as an artist, more often than not, you don't believe that when you say that. You actually do wish that you could be getting the recognition that your work and the quality of your work deserves. How do you find that balance?
Really comes down to like how you define sort of like success and like what your goals are in this thing, because we talked about this in Stories of Us as well, but there's artists out there, and I'm friends with some of them, who like their gauge, their measuring stick is like, I want to go to the parties and I want to walk the red carpet and I want to get the award and I want to shake hands with these guys and be on the radio and do this and do that. And like, that's fine. If that's what you want to do, if that's what your goal is, then who am I to, you know, to tear that down? That's not what it is for me. For me, like, I want to make sure my girlfriend's taken care of. I want to make sure my family's taken care of. I want to make sure my mom, my dad, my sister, my dogs, my brother-in-law, my sister's husband. I want to make sure that everybody's taken care of and we're all good. And I've done that. I've turned down more deals than I can even remember at this point. I've gone head to head with the biggest that the industry has to offer, and I've beat them. Taylor Swift, Eminem, Drake, whatever. I beat them all on the Billboard charts. Just because my name's not up on the billboard on Sunset and my music video is not playing in Times Square doesn't mean anything. Right. When it comes down to it, that's all marketing. And at the end of the day, the numbers aren't going to lie. And I've beat them tons of times. Yeah. So like, to me, it's like, these are people that my best friends I've had in my life for 10, 15 years. I don't know these people. These are strangers to me. I don't need their validation. I don't need an award. I don't need a handshake. I don't need a photo with you at a party. I literally don't care. I'm good now. 7 years ago, I lived in Crenshaw. I was plugging my fridge into my neighbor's house when they cut our power off because we couldn't pay the power bill. I come from having nothing. I just don't ever want to go back to having nothing. But what I've got now, I'm cool with. I literally, actually, I swear to you, on God, I do not give a shit. I'm good.
I believe you 100%.
There may be a lot of rappers and artists out there who say, "Oh, I don't need I don't need the award, and I don't need this," and secretly they're writing notes of affirmation and sticking them to their mirror. You're going to get a Grammy one day. That's not me. It's never going to be. I can quit tomorrow and I'm good.
You know, I can attest that I know for a fact that you've been beating out some of these top artists on the charts, because I will never forget when Facts came out with you and Ben Shapiro, and you were competing with Meg Thee Stallion. And honestly, I think that's a perfect example of an artist that is truly marketing. Because if you really break down the numbers, a lot of artists like Meg Thee Stallion or Cardi B or even Travis Scott, I've seen their numbers can very much be traced to streaming farms and just excessive PR campaigns. And there's a lot of corruption that between Billboard and the radio industry and all these different elements of the industry. They're making it seem like everybody cares about these artists. Then the artists that are actually popular, who are independent, who don't have those huge systems behind them, it's like they're the ones that are actually building a core audience and making real progress and success and quality music. So I do want to ask you, like, are you familiar with the Spotify streaming machines and how these artists are manipulating the charts?
Oh yeah. Like we spoke about this in depth on Stories of Us, but these streaming platforms have relationships with the record labels. It's really easy.
Boom, mic drop. He just said everything Ryan Upchurch has been saying. Refer to comment above. I've watched the interviews with Tom and respect him a lot more. What's up, Tom? Yeah, I agree.
Have 800 million monthly listeners when Universal has an agreement with Spotify that every time artist A, B, or C drops a single, it's going to go on the 400 biggest playlists on earth, and we're just going to blow up that song. And like, you know, the stream farming thing is like a big claim, and I feel like it's a big enough claim that like you have to be able to prove that if you're going to say these guys are faking their streams. But even beyond outright faking the streams, when the record label that you're signed to has a relationship with Apple Music, has a relationship with Spotify, has a relationship with Tidal, and these companies are putting you on the biggest playlist that they have to offer, do you really have fans at that point? Or are these people just passively listening to your stuff through a playlist that they subscribe to on their Spotify? You know what I mean? Like, if all of those artists were forced to, and there's exceptions, obviously. People like Kanye West, diehard fan base. If he activates his supporters to do something, they're going to do it. Tyler, the Creator. If he activates his people, they're going to do it. But a lot of these guys, these huge, renowned, world famous artists, if the criteria to go on the Billboard charts, if we took streaming out of the equation and we took radio out of the equation, because every time your record spins on the radio, that carries a lot of weight on the Billboard charts. It's weighted heavier than streams, and it's weighted heavier than downloads. If you wipe out radio play and you wipe out streams, and now that artist is forced to have their fans physically purchase their music on iTunes, not passively stream it from a playlist. You have to go to iTunes and you have to spend 99 cents and you have to download the song to your phone. If you put those world famous artists in that arena with people like me and others like me, that will show you the true size of their fan base. And I'm telling you, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to be able to compete. We have real fans that have an appetite for something that the mainstream music industry is not providing. They don't want this over-manufactured, overproduced, made-up, fake bullshit. They want something real and authentic and genuine. They don't have real fans. They have passive listeners. So if you put us both on a level playing field,
I agree with that.
and the record labels back up and they're not interfering, and it's just straight up, it's you and me, and it's whoever's going to get the most people to actually physically download their song. Not listen to it on a playlist, not hear it on the radio driving to work, download the song. They're going to lose.
I'm like a Billboard trivia nerd, so like I pay attention every week to when the charts come out, and it frustrates me because Billboard just keeps increasing the amount of weight that radio has on the position on the charts. So there are songs that nobody, and I mean nobody is even streaming, nobody is listening to, nobody is paying attention to, and it's been in the top 10 for 30 weeks. And you look at why, it's like all their numbers are so minuscule, except the radio, the weight of the radio and the payola that we know is going on behind the scenes. So it's interesting to be able to talk to someone that's in the industry, but also independent, to be able to see it from the outside, because I feel like a 360 deal is basically selling your soul at this point.
And I know people that are on 360 deals, and I know what I'm making, and I've asked them what they're making, and it's, the music industry is as close to criminal as you can possibly get without going to prison. Like it's unfortunate because, you know, we're all artists and we all have these dreams of the whole world hearing our songs and stuff. And when you're in a position of power in the music industry, at a record label or whatever, it's very, very, very easy to take advantage of and exploit a dreamer. So, you know, that's why that's happening.
So people talk a lot about TikTok's impact on political issues, but how do you feel about TikTok's impact on the rap industry? Because a lot of people criticize that TikTok has made it to where people don't care about quality music anymore. People don't even make albums anymore. They just want a quick, catchy hit that is going to have 15 seconds for someone to dance to. And a lot of people have said that that's part of why the quality of music has dropped a lot in the last few years.
Never really thought about it, honestly, but I mean, TikTok is definitely having an impact. There's a TikTok chart on Billboard now, which is relatively new.
Yep.
But I mean, I don't know. I feel like charts that can be impacted by things like TikTok, I feel like it primarily benefits mainstream and independent artists that have a message that runs parallel with the mainstream narrative. Because for an artist like myself, like TikTok's practically useless. Every time I have 1 million followers on TikTok, and every time I post a video, it gets 4,000 views. And it's because of what's being said in my music and the message that I'm talking about, and et cetera, et cetera. I've been banned on TikTok like a dozen times, and my account just continually just like reappears like all of a sudden. And I've never like put too much stake in it or thought about it too hard, or, you know, it's already hard enough like making a song with a message that a lot of my songs have, and then getting that video to even serve on YouTube, that like, and like the ridiculous community standards on YouTube, like something like if you have like a red cup in a video and you're at a party scene, YouTube's like, oh, you're inferring that you're consuming alcohol, and like, and so you can't do that, and you can't have a firearm in the video, and you can't do this, and you can't do blood, and you can't. So it's like I'm already like suppressing my own visual art to allow it to exist on this platform so I can reach people. And like that's already too much for me. That's already exhausting. So I can't even put any thought or energy into like, oh, what's a 30-second thing that I can do in this song? It's gonna make a bunch of 13-year-olds that, you know, identify as pufferfish on TikTok dance to it. Like I can't.
I really do appreciate that you have found truly the art form of putting messaging into your songs without it sounding gimmicky. I feel like certain people that, and I'm not gonna throw shade at anybody, but some people try to put either political messaging or just like anti-woke messaging into their songs, and it sounds so cringe.
Yeah.
Like, how is it just talent? Is that just what it boils down to? Talent being able to do it in a way that's so smooth? Because people will be sitting there dancing to your song, not even realizing that you're just destabilizing the government along the way.
Yeah. Thank you. Man, I think that like I'm really self-aware. Like I make cringy stuff all the time, and I'm like self-aware enough to be like, ugh, I gotta like, I can't say that way, or like I have to change how that's coming off, because yeah, it doesn't sit right with me. So like, I don't know, man. Like I was a musician who, you know, I had this like real pivotal moment in my life where I had this like huge mental breakdown, and I got sober, and and that sort of birthed the type of music that I'm making now. Because prior to what I'm doing now, I was making the same music that everybody else was making. You know, cars, guns, clothes, girls, money, houses, like whatever. So like that music was devoid.
Ads, gotta love it. But yeah, he's dropping some real shit in this interview. I'll say that. I gotta check this dude out who's doing the interview. I like the way he's doing it. He's definitely
with the fear of embracing
definitely doing it very well.
Any valuable message at all. But in the absence of having a message, it had to sound good. Like I had to learn how to make music that sounded good. So I think that's probably why it might come off a little different, because before I was doing what I'm doing now, I was making a completely different style of hip hop that was like pleasing to the ear and you could like nod your head to or dance to or whatever. And then when emulating what was going on in those songs, emulating it in my real life and drinking and partying and valuing the wrong things, et cetera, when that like almost like killed me and destroyed me, I had to figure out like, okay, I no longer want to make music that's going to do to other people what living this music has done to me. So what do I do? So I talk about the things that I speak about with my friends and my family, and I talk about stuff that's going to empower people instead of tear people down, and make music that's giving people information instead of reinforcing poor moral standard. And like with the sort of birth of the new message driven music I make, it's still got to be palatable and digestible and whatever. And I think I gained that skill set when I was making the prior music. So it's just like the both of those things smashed together, just kind of find a happy, symbiotic relationship there.
I love that you say that about wanting to change the messaging that you're putting out to your audience, because I look at a rapper like Future and it makes me so mad how he's constantly talking about drugs he's never done and guns he's never held. And then he gets his followers and his audience, and not even just Future, but it's pretty much an industry standard at this point to popularize lifestyles that you are not living. You have these rappers out here talking about doing insane amounts of
facts.
drugs and talking about ways of literally basically killing themselves. And yet they're going home living these conservative lifestyles. They're going home to their wife and kids, and they're not participating in any of the stuff that they're talking about.
Sure.
Do you think that that is a toxic industry standard that needs to shift, or do you think that that's something that's going to keep being pushed out?
These guys know their demographic. Like, the biggest rappers in the world, they're not dumb. You don't get to be in a position like that if you're an idiot.
Some of them do. Cardi B is not that smart.
She knows what's going on though. You talk to some people and they say Cardi's a fierce businesswoman.
Really?
Yeah. I talked to somebody 2 days ago that said that. Bought a car from this guy. Anyway, that's another story. They may be dumb, but they know who they're making music for. They recognize what the demographic is. And like 5 years ago, the demographic of hip hop was like 14 to 21-year-old white American youth. So as long as there is that demographic of people who think that what they're talking about is cool, they're going to continue making music. It's like it's a moneymaker. I think what's like most important is like where I went wrong was because I was young and impressionable, and I heard these people talking about the guns and cars and drugs and alcohol and all that stuff. I just assumed because I was young and stupid that this was all legitimate and this was real, and they're living their life that way, and I like these people, so I'm gonna live my life that way, and it almost ended my life. So I think like I don't know if the answer is like there has to be some sort of culture shift or paradigm shift in the culture, and we have to stop making this type of music. I think like the most important thing is for the parents of the kids that are listening to this music need to like smarten up their kids to the fact that like, hey, what you're listening to, you understand that's not real life, right? Like these guys are talking about this stuff, but they're not living that way. That's what my dad did for me. When I first got like my first Eminem CD and I'm playing that at 20 volume, like my dad pulled me aside and said like, hey, this is a very talented guy. And he makes really cool music, and I understand why you like it. But you understand the stuff that he's saying about hitting women and doing drugs and drinking. You understand that's not cool, right? And like he made me, stopped me to make me think like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. So I think that like, that's the most important thing is the kids that are listening to this stuff need to have an understanding that it's like if you walk into a movie theater and you see some guy get his head cut off, that guy's going home to his family with a big paycheck, and that's what he does on screen, on film. That's not how he's living his life. The Breaking Bad dude, not a meth dealer, actor. So I think that's just like a really important thing to like teach these kids. Like, hey, this is who this guy is in his songs, and that's what he does in his music videos. That's not his real life. And if you act like him in his music videos and him in his music, your real life is going to end up in a real bad way. Yeah. That's the best way, like, is to be preventative, because I don't think it's going to change.
I agree
so
with
as long
that.
as parents take some responsibility, or, whatever, if your buddy's like drinking cough syrup on a Friday night because he thinks it's cool, like pull your buddy over and be like, bro, stupid move. Like, You know why people started drinking cough syrup? Not because they're big, rich, famous rappers, because they had no money and they were living in a poverty zone and they couldn't afford liquor and they started abusing stuff. And I think it's just like important, just like smarten kids up and give them the information. And if that isn't enough, then I mean,
Yeah, it's like you have to stop being so impressionable at a certain point. It's like, yes, I get it. Your rapper that you're listening to is talking about having Percocets in Abu Dhabi, but you're in a library in Chicago. It's like these
that's a much better place to be.
It is. And it's like, I'm not approved when it comes to music. Like, I listen to all my little ratchet degenerate music too. I love my degenerate music, but that doesn't mean I'm out being a degenerate. To me, it's just alarming how there's such a push for it, because I do hear certain rappers talk about how they want to shift their subject matter, but it's like the label executives don't really give them that leeway. And I feel like right now, especially in Diddy's America, everybody's looking at who is like, where is this power structure coming from? Why is the industry so determined to not only destroy their audience, but their artists? Their artists and their audiences are both getting harmed by all of this.
I think the best way to be immune to the poisonous effects or the influential effects from the music is having the knowledge and is understanding what you're listening to. I think you keep yourself pretty safe. I feel like, and I said this next door too, and a lot of people say, oh, you're a conspiracy guy or like whatever, but I feel like the music industry, the mainstream media, the government, and whoever's behind that all work in like tandem. I think they all have a message and an agenda, and the kids that the music reaches, they don't watch like the news. They're not going to listen to like some guy on TV in a suit with white hair, 60 years old. Kid doesn't give a shit about that. They listen to Future. They listen to Cardi B. This is just my personal feelings, but I feel like they promote valuing really expensive high-end brand name clothes is because they want people broke. And I think that they talk so much about alcohol and drugs because they want people docile and dumb. And overall, they want people weak and stuff. And it's a lot easier to control a bunch of people that rely on you, that rely on the system, or that are drunk or addicted or broke or valuing the wrong things. It's a lot easier to manage a population in peril than it is to uplift and empower everyone. And then you got all these free thinkers standing around that aren't on drugs, that are eating good food, that are healthy, that are, that have the wherewithal to think for themselves. That's a difficult group of people that they keep control of.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I think all of the biggest industries are sort of this conglomerate, and they control different people in different ways. And the music industry is part of that. And the CEOs and the record labels are part of that. And they have the music that they want to push, and they want to influence people in a negative way. And that's what it is.
Good interview. I like it. Made some valid points there for sure.
They want people.
So
they want people.
Interesting. But yeah, anybody want to come up on panel? Feel free. I'm about to be ending stream. Depends. If people come up, then we'll a little bit longer. But if not, then we'll be ending stream within the 2-hour mark. So the interview was interesting for sure. Oh shit. Hothus. Anybody hear about Very true.
Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised before we went to that 2-minute break, we're going to be diving a bit further into
So we're bombing Yemen?
some of the headlines that are coming out of the Middle East. When I put up this live shot that we have there in Tel Aviv. So what we do know is that today, President Trump said that he ordered a series of airstrikes on the Houthi-held areas there in Yemen, promising to use overwhelming lethal force until Iranian-backed Houthi rebels cease their attacks on shipping alongside that vital maritime corridor. Right now, we do know that the Houthis have said in response that 13 civilians have been killed in the capital. I want to put this on your screen as well. This is a portion of that statement from President Trump that he put on Truth Social as he announced some of these attacks. I'm going to read it out in bold here, and then we're going to dive in with some of our experts to decode what this means and overall what the impact will be there in the region. But as this reads here, President Trump says, the Houthi attack on American vessels will not be tolerated. We will use overwhelming lethal force until we have achieved our objective. The Houthis have choked off shipping in one of the most important waterways of the world, grinding vast swaths of global commerce to a halt and attacking the core principle of freedom of navigation upon which international trade and commerce depends. Our brave warfighters are right now carrying out aerial attacks on the terrorist bases, leaders in missile defenses to protect American shipping, air, and naval assets, and to restore navigational freedom. No terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing the waterways of the world. I wanted to bring you that portion of the statement. Again, we brought this to you as breaking news when it came out that President Trump has now conducted these wide-ranging missile strikes against the Houthis in Yemen. I want to bring into the conversation now Ken Gray. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we like to keep our eye on this region as some of this news comes out. First of all, what were your thoughts initially when you heard that President Trump had ordered these attacks there on the Houthis?
Hi, Christina. Glad to be with you. To me, this is something that should have occurred over a year ago. That is, the Houthis have been dominating the Red Sea, denying the use of the Red Sea for international commercial shipping. Billions of dollars have been wasted because ships have had to sail all the way around Africa to be able to get up into the European countries, into the United States. Denying them the opportunity to be able to go through the Suez Canal. The Egyptian government has been reeling from the fact that they have not been able to get the money from shipping going through the Suez Canal. And now the Houthis have announced that they are going to resume their attack on ships in that area. They had not been doing so for about the last month during the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. But now they have recently just announced that they were going to resume their attacks on ships. So President Trump has rightly said that we will not tolerate that. We will not tolerate U.S. warships coming under fire by the Houthis, and that we will take care of the problem of the Houthis. This is not a one-time strike like happened during the Biden administration. We're not going to see a few missiles or a few aircraft attacks, and then that'll be it for the operation. This is attacks that will be ongoing for days to weeks.
And when we're seeing these attacks, as you say, they're going to be ongoing for days to weeks. This has been expected. Can you sort of explain the long relationship between Iran and the Houthis as well? They are one of those proxy groups there in the region.
So the axis here of resistance, Iran runs a group of proxy countries, proxy groups throughout that area, all the way from Iran across to Lebanon, down into Israel with Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, and also with the Houthis. The Houthis have been punching far above their weight class in that they had wanted to get into the fight against Israel with Hamas, but because of the distance from Israel, they've only been able to do a couple of airstrikes against Israel, and none of them have been effective. However, they have been showing themselves to be very effective at launching attacks on commercial shipping going through the Red Sea and denying the Red Sea passage for commercial shipping. And so they have been harassing shipping and have been a constant source of irritation, but they are finally going to be dealt with. So far today, attacks on them have been striking at things like radar installations or launching equipment or missiles. What actually has to happen is to make the Houthi leadership pay a price to speak out and neutralize their leadership in addition to their equipment. So a lot of their equipment has been put
Okay, that makes sense. I just wanted to see what that was about. It makes sense to fucking. I mean, we need to be able to transport goods and stuff, and I mean, this has been going on for a year, so like, it's time to make it happen. Donald Trump is making some moves, and that's all I could say about that. He's definitely doing some shit. There's some haters on it, and then there's some people that love it. I personally I don't like Trump as a person, but the moves that he's making are definitely beneficial for the country. So I will not knock it. I do think he has matured in his tweet on Twitter, though. He's not acting like he was acting on Twitter before in his first 4 years. It's about time someone puts a stop to it. Yeah, 100%. It's actually been going on since the 80s. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I knew that there's been stuff about goods and transport and whatnot, but I didn't know the details. But I knew about that specific situation. I knew at least a year. I heard about it a year ago also. But yeah, it's definitely finally someone's putting a stop to this and the shit that actually fucking matters. You know, we need to do things for ourselves and stop doing things for other countries. And that's what Trump's doing. Trump's doing shit for our country, not all these other people. And I'm down for that. These tariffs are definitely, there's multiple reasons behind the tariffs. I mean, obviously to get countries to fall in line and do whatever it is needs to be done, but also when you do these, it does play with the economic structure. If you do pay attention to the stocks, when these tariffs happen, they go down and then they jump up. They go down and they jump up. And they've been doing that with these tariffs that Trump's been doing. So, the Red Sea is the only way to get to the Suez Canal, which is the shortcut to the Mediterranean. Oh, okay, that makes sense. These bounces in the stocks though are going to help out the economic value of the country. I mean, it's going to raise our money, and that's what the tariffs are doing. Then the other countries paying America for the goods and this, that, the other. Those are great moves that we need in this country. They should have been happening in the first place. There's a lot of moves that are being done that should have been happening already. Trump 2.0 is a lot more disciplined than the first go around. 100%. The first one, he was just being wild as fuck, especially with his mouth. Like the shit he would say was just, I was not for. I didn't support. I was like, dude, you're the president of America. Act like it. You know what I mean? But this go about, I'm for. He's actually, he's not talking out of pocket. He's representing the country well. I think it does help that JD Vance is part of his team. JD Vance does definitely have a way of talking. I know he's a younger politician, but he definitely knows how to talk the talk, and how can I put it? Like respectfully do the talk. You know what I mean? Not act the fool out of himself. And I think that it kind of helps too. Then you got Elon Musk, which a lot of people are hating on Elon. Which I never understood that. I don't understand the hate on Elon. JD Vance is a lot more visible to. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that, White Wolf. I am all for American oil. I think we should have been tapped in our own oil for years. I don't see why we're not. I think it's bullshit that we're not. I think that we should be able to do anything our own country allows us to do. We have to control up in our country. We should utilize to our own benefit, make our country better, more money. We have so many car dealerships that we could be using for many things. We have so many factories, so much fucking oil rigs, stuff like that we could really tap in and definitely benefit our country for. Shit, our truckers are even hurting right now, honestly. I've heard plenty of times that sometimes there's jobs. These other companies are just very shitty with how they're doing these jobs. There's truckers out here that aren't even that are working for a country, working for a company, but they're not getting any drops. They're not getting out, so they're not making no money. But that's because the transfer of fucking goods have slowed down too. So when that slows down, there's less drops, which means less work, less money. So this is a ripple effect that affects everybody. It works down the line, down the way. So hopefully, I'm really hoping that we get that shit figured out, because, man, transport of goods is important, regardless if it's through boat, plane, truck, whatever. We need to allow the access and keep it moving fluently. And that's with all countries. I think everyone needs free access to transport, at least, of their goods. Now, when you're getting into selling it like a country like China selling their goods in America, yes, I do believe that there should be a tax that China pays in order to sell those goods in America. Otherwise, you don't pay the tax, sell them in your own country, and leave it at that. That makes sense to me. I don't think you should be able to do that for free. The same thing with Trump standing on the whole, you don't pay your taxes? Well, we're not going to protect you. When you said that to NATO and Europe, like, you don't want to pay your taxes? Cool. We are not going to provide you protection. We're not going to do it. It's not worth our time. Why are we going to scratch your back while you're not scratching ours? And that should have been a thing for the longest. If you want our protection, you want us to look out for you, you should be able to do the same for us in whatever capable ways you can. Let's say you don't have a strong military, okay, but you got oil and shit. Okay, let's make a fair trade in this. It's all about trade and barter. And I do feel like Trump's working that route, but I don't know how in the fuck our other presidents lost this route for us. The stuff on the taxes, I do believe that our people should not be paying the taxes that we do. This country was built because of tax. If you go back in time, the reason this country was even founded was because to get away from tax and freedom of religion were the main 2 points of why America even became a thing, or why people even came here in the first place. The people that did this, if they were caught, they would have been hung for treason. And now look at where we are with our country. We're full of fucking taxes. Full of them. Everything has a tax. To our own people. That's wild. Why did we go back to something that we got away from? There's taxes on taxes. Exactly. That's wild as fuck. I get making an economic move to keep, the money afloat, but there's a certain point where it becomes a little bit wild. You're doing too much. And when you're doing all that, that's iffy. That's a dicey game you're doing. Especially when the country was, built on what it was built on. There's been a lot of things that have changed throughout time that our country was originally built on that we've gotten away from. Like, look, the Democrats with the whole gun control aspect. First off, if you want to control our guns, then why the fuck did we build this country? Our guns are our right to go against not just criminals or threats around us, but a tyrant government. It was a backing of saying, hey, the people are what decide what the fuck goes on in this country. And if they stand up, they can stand up and revolt against a tyrant government. That is why we have the guns that we are allowed to have. People don't want to understand that, and they want to move away from that, and I'm not okay with that. You take our guns away, I promise you, we'll move to a communist country real quick. That's the biggest component. One of the biggest components of why we're not a communist country is because our people are strapped. And some of our people are strapped like the military, okay? We got militias in our own country. You guys can't forget about that. We've seen what happens when a government takes away the guns multiple times. Yes, we have. And I've said this multiple times to people. Meth is perfectly illegal. It's still the fuck around. Just because you think you make guns illegal don't mean the guns are not going to still be here. Because for the longest, we were ran by the government. Trump knows he works for us, and he's doing a damn fine job in my book. The more money we get back from other countries, the less taxes we'll pay. 100%, buddy. Our country went very far from what we were supposed to be. I remember growing up, America had that view. We had that view, and people thought we had gold in our streets. I'm sure many of you are old enough to remember this. There's legit countries that thought our streets were paved in gold because we were so rich and so wealthy, and our country was booming. I do believe this was mainly talked about during right before the Great Depression, when America was highly booming. This is back when, you know, cars were in full production, fucking a lot of shit was going good for America. You know, other countries wanted to be here because they thought this was the way to go. A lot of countries still want to be here, but now it's turned to they want to be here to demise or destroy. They don't want to grow. Follow Yellow Brick Road, ring a bell? Facts. I mean, and we need to get back to that. If we got back to that as a country, I do feel like a lot of this animosity would lower. I mean, there's certain countries that always are going to have animosity towards Americans because they just don't like Americans. And that's okay. That's whatever. But there's a lot of these countries that fallen back from America because they're like, yo, the opportunities are not there like they used to be. There used to be a growth of opportunities for our people in our country where you could make some damn good money and everything was flourishing when it comes to technology, comes to the industries. People came here because they could be free to be individuals and not be told what to be. 100%. And we've lost that. 100%. With how much shit is being pushed in our schools to our children, to the music, to even the political views, everything's being pushed so hard. Even society nowadays, they're pushing so much shit onto somebody to be whatever the narrative wants to be. And now people that are true to themselves, want to be themselves and are individuals, are looked down upon. And we flip the script somehow. I admire the motherfuckers that are out here being real to themselves and being individuals and not being the followers. Fuck the sheeple. The individuals are the powerful ones. Those are the ones that are real. That's the ones I want to be around. Most of the time, the individuals have better stories anyway than the motherfucking followers. I think that the last time our country was actually united was September 11th. When that happened, our country did definitely come together. Sadly, it took something like that to happen to get our country to come together the way it did. I do think that we are in need of our country to come back together. The media and everything has been splitting us apart so far. And that's why there's so much shit going on, was that split. And We need to stop allowing that split, man. We need to come together. At the end of the day, the people were stronger than any government, especially with the capabilities that our people in our country have. We as the people have so much strength in this country. If we all got together and banded together as people and went at our own government when the time was needed to say, no, we're not going to be like that. We're not doing this. This is how it should be. And going back to our true roots of America, I think that the government wouldn't have a choice. I've said this multiple times, before when Biden was in office. How about everybody stop working for a week? Every person. It would collapse the money. No one pays for anything, no one spends any money, and no one works. Everything would go through a fucking process. There'd be a whole process if everyone did that for like a week or two. Dude, the way that shift of everything would happen, everything would drop considerably low, first off, because there's no money being moved, there's nothing going on. Goods aren't being transported, everything's at a halt. And then you pick it back up after that week or two. Go back to the barter system for a week. Yep. The way that would jump our the economics value is crazy. And a lot of people don't understand that. They think that what we're doing is great. I mean, Trump's making moves, don't get me wrong. What he's doing with the tariffs and everything, it all makes sense. But when Biden was in office and all that shit was going on, if everyone would have stopped doing what they were doing and just stopped for 2 weeks and then just did that inflow, especially like right when that when they were giving those stimulus checks, everyone just stopped spending, put a halt, didn't work, nothing. And then the influx of spending money after those 2 weeks and then working, dude, shit would bottom out for sure for that week or two, but then pop it back up. Truckers have tried that for years, shutdowns, haven't we, Muddy? Yes, truckers have, but it takes more than truckers to do this. You need everybody in it to drop it significantly. You can't say that because COVID proved that not working effect will linger too long. COVID didn't prove that, though. There was still money going around through COVID. People were still working. There was still an influx. Yes, there was a different, a lower amount of money going through and whatnot. And COVID was a whole different operation. That wasn't even a money thing. That was a control thing, I feel like. But the influx, I mean, it's the same kind of concept with the tariffs, right? Money stops, stuff ends up stopping, and shit drops. And then the tariffs get lifted, and that stock goes up. We've been watching it. It's been happening while Trump's been doing these tariffs recently. No, COVID, that was a whole, I mean, there was a lot of things that played parts into things. If you didn't have all the elements of during COVID, plus also I was a firm believer in the stimulus checks was a waste of money. We just printed checks that we didn't need to print. Cool, our people got a couple, thousands of dollars, whatever. But at the same time, at what expense? A lot of people didn't realize that came out of your Social Security anyway. That came out of your taxes. So it wasn't free money. You know, it came out of something. But at the same time, it put us more into debt as a country because we had to print those bills. And each time we print new bills, more bills that we don't back up, it's putting us more into a debt. You got to make it where we're not printing bills and putting ourselves in a debt to stop the sales. There's steps to it. You know, you can't half-ass it for it to work. And when the truckers do it, yeah, but the truckers are the only ones that have really tried to do it. We are so far in debt that our money is all but monopoly money. Yeah, 100%. That's the problem. We don't even back our money by gold anymore. We have nothing backing our money. Our bills are pretty much the equivalent of paper. And that's scary. I mean, think about it. Our country used to be our dollar was hefty. It played a big part in the economic value of the world. The dollar was intimidating. Now it's not. It's nothing. And that's kind of scary, man. Like that's a whole nother control thing. Like MMC said, even truckers won't stick together and do it. Yeah. And that's the problem. Is we can't get enough people to stick together and actually pull it off. Because of whatever reasons these people want to, the beliefs or morals or what they hear or what they believe, whatever the fucking case may be. And it fucks everything up. I'm going to put this into the chat again because I don't know if y'all see the link for StreamYard or not. So if y'all want to come up and chat, there's the link. You want to know the economics of the country? Ask a farmer or a trucker. They felt the effects months in advance before the general public. Very true. Especially farmers. Farmers been hit hard. But you also have to understand with the farmers, though, that farmers have it harder, I feel like, than truckers, because not only that, but you got to look at the quality of our crops, the way our weather has been, and dry seasons and this, that, the other. Our crops aren't growing as fluent or good as they once were, and that's because our changes in seasons and the weather patterns. Cold is lasting longer. We're getting spots of spring, and then all of a sudden a big frost will come up that will delay our plants by far. Our summers are getting, depends on where you are, could be longer or shorter. These all things play a part in the growing process of our food. Even our livestock, it plays a part in our livestock. I mean, if we don't have enough growth, how are we feeding our livestock? We got to feed our livestock in order to get even our beef and milk and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it's a ripple effect even there. So, I mean, the farmers get hit hard. Truckers, and a lot of truckers are sitting. There's a lot of truckers right now that have a job. They work for a company, but they don't have any drops. So they're not making any money. They're broke. Can't make money if you ain't driving your truck. Farming is living on a prayer. Trucking, yep, 100%. What up, MMC?
What's up? What's up?
I'm just chilling, you know. But you're right, buddy, with that statement, though. Trucking is somewhat steady. There's a lot more steadiness in trucking than there is in farming, for sure. For truckers, the wheels aren't moving. They aren't making money. Facts.
And here's another thing about trucking. You know, with Trump and Canada and Mexico and NAFTA and the free trade agreement and lots of businesses in the country, you want to hit Canada? Don't allow the Mexicans and the Canadians to ship anything across our freaking country anymore, which will increase, you know, bringing back the companies back to America.
Yeah.
Lower the taxes on the companies. That's why a lot of the companies have outsourced and put their main offices in like Canada and Mexico, where they can avoid the taxes.
Yep. I mean, that's true.
I mean, the automotive industry, I don't know how many parts I've hauled out of Detroit that came across from Canada, you know, where it was manufactured, haul it down to Laredo so it could go into Mexico and be you know, powder coated by a company in Mexico, and then turn around and pick up another load and haul it back so it can go back to Canada.
Right.
When we can do all that shit here in America.
Yep. For sure.
Like Trump said, bring businesses back.
Yeah, they shut down a lot of. Look at Detroit. Look how many car businesses, factories that are shut down right now that could be totally running and building cars.
And then that helps the United Auto Workers.
Yep.
You know, instead of paying out
make every part for a car. We have all the equipment, all the factories to make every part of a car and make the car itself. We don't need
they're sitting idle.
Yep.
Look how many people that you can put to work.
Right. Same with our oil. We could be dipping in our own oil and living exponentially with our own oil.
Yeah, now you got EPA regulations and everything else, and you got a certain group on the other side that says fracking's bad, this, that, and the other, when we can produce our own.
Yep. We have plenty of spots in our own country that we can produce plenty of oil.
Like in Pennsylvania and the freaking Ohio Valley.
Yep.
They were big in fracking. It's all shut down now.
Yep, it is. I'm waiting for I want them to open it back up, because I'd even be working on an oil rig because I'm in Ohio. So, like, you know what I mean? And oil rigs is good money.
But then you look at the oil production that was going on up in North Dakota and South Dakota.
Yep.
They shut that down.
Yep.
You had a bunch of people that seen a boom, and truckers including, were heading up to North Dakota and South Dakota. Now you got all those people that moved up there, you know, that were looking for a job. Now it's gone bust because of the government. Yep. Every time they pass a rule or law or trying to govern something, they take away our rights.
100%. And that's why, but that's our job as the people, where we're supposed to be able to come together and not allow the separation to happen, so we can change that and not allow that. But there's so much separation going on that,
and like you said, it's fed by the media, it's fed by the internet, It's fed by the colleges. They're
Yep.
not teaching kids; they're indoctrinating them.
Yep. Because why? They want the power.
Exactly. Power equals money in
Yep.
their pockets. They take
Yep.
it out of ours.
100%.
The one thing I learned in trucking, the name of the game is make as many nickels as you can and keep them in your own freaking pocket.
Well, think about it like this, right? Think about back in the day where kings, queens, peasants, this kind of deal, right? We are living in a new age, king, queen, peasant era. The people, the
Exactly.
regular ass people that do work, we're the fucking peasants, bro.
We're the slaves. We
Yep.
live on the plantation.
Mm-hmm. Look how many families that are working products of society. And I'm not meaning like people like Johnny Gobble. Okay. That motherfucker never gets off his couch. But I'm talking about regular ass people that are living on SSI or you know, the people that are working and they can't even make enough because they got kids they're trying to feed, they got all these things. So now they're living on a supplemental housing because, well, they can't afford a house.
Well, what about the old saying, you don't work, you don't eat?
Yeah,
You depend on the government to feed you and everything, then you give up your rights.
exactly. I'm a firm believer of that. If you ain't going to try to work and be a product of what's going on in our country, why should you get anything? It is not it's not our government's job to feed you. It's your job. Look at our ancestors. Our ancestors back before fucking all this technology. If you didn't go out and hunt, guess what? You and your family didn't eat. Your crops didn't grow that good that year. Guess what? Less was for you and your family that year. And I think I'm a firm believer we need to go back to that.
Need to bring business back to America. And all these people that say tax the rich, tax the rich, tax the millionaires. That's why all the millionaires pulled their businesses out of the country.
Yep.
When you do that, then who's going to produce the goods here in America? Let's go back to Ronald Reagan with his slogan that he had, which was win, whip inflation now, buy American.
Yep.
And now everything that all the goods that we get come from where?
Mainly China, Taiwan.
Why? Because it can be produced at a cheaper cost, cheaper labor, pay the tariff pay the tariffs because it's cheaper than paying the taxes in America.
Yep.
And then being regulated because of your carbon footprint. EPA.
Right.
Every institution that the government freaking implements takes away our rights to function as a country.
Yeah. Very true, Muddy. They made having a small garden just as expensive as buying it from the store. Very true.
Look at the EPA rule that says that you can't collect rainwater.
Yep.
I mean, and
that
people,
shit's wild to me. I don't understand that shit. That shit's so fucking dumb. Like, we're gonna dumb it down so we're making it harder on our farmers for what?
Look what they've done with the water out in California. I mean, if you want to look into things, I mean, geez.
Very true. Trump would have exposed to that, though. back when the fires were
That's
going
been
on.
going on for years.
Yeah, but it wasn't really exposed to the point that Trump exposed it because of those fires. You know what I mean?
Yeah, why does it have to take a disaster like that to show that the government is doing shady shit and not even protecting you at the same time?
Right.
All for the book.
Yep. But that's sad that it has to go that route. But that's what happens when you got a bunch of democratic cities. Just say. If you look around the country, right, most of the problems come from Democratic ran places. You see a lot of conservative places, they're not flourishing as much, right, but they're not shining, but they're doing better than the Democratic places, for sure.
You know, if you want to see what's coming, look what's going on over in Europe. And then if
Yep.
you want to see if a law is going to pass and go nationwide, they test it out in freaking California first. If it sticks in California, then it spreads to the other Democratic states, and then it gets to a point where they institute it as a national law.
Yeah.
That's why we call it the commie state of California.
Yeah. 100%. Not wrong. And that's what sucks, though. It's like we have these avenues that our government use to change democracy from what it is. They still use the term democracy, even though it's not.
We're not a democracy. We are a republic.
Yep. We used to be a democracy, but we've went far from that long time ago. But Trump tried to bring that back, which I respect.
But we have to unbrainwash new generations. I believe the last generation that believes like this was born in 1960. Us old motherfuckers.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I was born in 90.
Well, you must have had good parents that taught you better.
I was born in 1990, so.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not that old. Not yet. Getting there. We're getting up there. 34, 30, turning 35, but you know, I at least like to say I have some sort of common sense when it comes to some shit. Well, yo, buddy, you could, if I don't know what you're doing, but if you got time, you more than welcome to come up. White Wolf, you also, man. Just saying. White Wolf said, born in the 80s when the world made sense. What were you going to say, MMC?
I'm saying this is how it starts to getting back to the way we used to be, is having open dialogues.
Oh, yeah. Buddy said, damn, Watcher, my tires on the pickup is older than you. Oh, damn. Yeah, I'm a young buck, man. Still young. Well, I call it, closer to mid age. But we're dying younger nowadays, and people are dying off at 60, 80 years old.
Well, the increase, I mean, look, of everything that they forced on us and stuff that they've done to us, experimenting, GMOs, chemtrails, everything else, inoculations, you know, and your generation, man, is being bombarded. What
yeah.
they want to do is they want to cut the population so they don't have to pay out the Social Security. They want you guys dying off younger. And now you got kids in their 20s and their teens dropping of heart attacks.
Yep. Yeah, motherfuckers are dying at a younger ages. That's obscene.
And it all started with the fucking vaccine.
Yep.
And how do you find vaccines? You grow them in what? Eggs.
Yeah.
So now, who knows what's in your eggs?
Right. Well, and see, I never took the vaccine. I'm still a firm believer. How in the fuck do you make a vaccine for something in 6 months that's still evolving? Dude, it took how many years to come out with the vaccine for measles?
Yeah. Or
It took
polio.
wasn't it like 6 years before that? So it was like 6 years of epidemic of measles before we even had a vaccine for it.
Well, you look at when I was going to school, hell, they used to send us to get inoculations. If you didn't have a shot card, you couldn't go to school.
Yep. I remember that. Even in the 90s, I had to have my immunization card even in the 90s to go to school.
Yeah.
I remember that.
You know, so no telling what they've been putting in vaccines all these years.
Right.
Or immunizations.
Right.
You know, there's good and evil to everything.
100%.
And it seems like lately, everybody says, oh, trust the science, this, that, and the other. Well, when you're using it to control the population just to make a buck off of them,
It's hard to trust them.
it's hard to trust them.
Right. Now, if they were using only science for good, it'd be a different story.
Yeah, but for everything that comes out good, somebody's going to use it for evil.
100%.
Evil and profits.
Yep. Well, look, that goes with anything. I thought even a thunderstorm, you gotta have, in order for lightning to happen, you have the positive with the negative in the ground.
Exactly.
That's everything in life, though.
Positives and negatives.
You just got to try to make sure your positive outweighs that negative value.
There you go. And they're making it harder and harder to stay positive.
Oh, they really are. I mean, why do you think there's so many people turning it? There's so many people turning into the criminal lifestyle just to make it through.
How do you think moonshine came about?
Yep.
It was just people trying to make it.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think outlaws were a thing? Outlaws were a thing because they were living poor and they were like, you know what? I know how I'm going to survive.
You know, drug dealers ain't no different than moonshiners right now.
No, they're not. 100%.
In the black market, you know, I just watched a thing called Killer Mountain out in California, how it was prosperous and everything, and everybody was out there having a good time throwing money around and everything when California was growing weed.
Yeah.
But then when they legalized it, them towns, it just went dark. The
Yeah.
towns died, murders started happening, and everything else. But it was taking something on the black market that everybody was doing, and the government said, well, we're just going to legalize it so we can collect the taxes off of it. Another
Yep.
way to make it.
It was all a money thing. They realized how much money they could make off of it. The whole longest, this is the same thing that they did with alcohol. Alcohol first started out as a medical thing. It was used
Exactly,
for
the
surgeries,
prohibition.
all that. Yeah,
Prohibition
during the
era.
prohibition, and then it turned legal once they learned how to get it taxed. As they did the same thing with marijuana, they're doing the same thing with psychoglobin, which is shrooms. Canada is really the first country to get a real big push on the psychoglobin right now. I do believe that the United States are coming after. I think after we legalized marijuana in a lot of places, shrooms is going to be next. For sure.
Oh, you can already see it with the
Yeah.
ads on the internet
Yep.
where they're
You can
starting to sell grow kits.
Yep. And then there are also the shroom chocolates, the shroom vapes, the shroom fucking gummies.
Take the vice of the people and turn it against them and turn a profit.
Yep. My papa told us you really don't start dying until you start going to the doctors. Yeah. It's true. That's why I never go to the doctor unless I absolutely need to, and it's dire. I ain't going.
Well, that's like at my age. I got one foot in the grave and the other one on a banana peel. And I just started seeing doctors this year
Right.
and thinking about quitting going to the doctors.
I mean, there's good and, like we just said earlier, there's good and bad about and everything. So yeah, there are some good doctors that are legit trying to help. But then again, I do believe that the medical field has turned themselves into playing God, if you will.
Exactly.
You're changing the outcome and course of fate if you put somebody on like life support. They're supposed to be dead, bro. Why are you stopping their death? It's called rest in peace for a reason. Let them go. Let them rest in peace finally. Stop making them be in pain and agony. That's torture.
One thing about life, nobody gets out alive.
Big facts. And then you go look at our homes for our elderly. You know, people that are taking care of our old elderly while they're at their last days are horrible places.
Exactly.
Horrible. Horrid. I mean, the amount of care that our elderly get is slim to none. You got motherfuckers just sitting on their cell phone watching videos while this dude just done pissed himself and he's sitting in his urine for fucking 5 hours.
Yep. Trust me, I know. I just experienced that for 30 days.
And that shit makes me fucking sick to my stomach. Like, how do you? And then you got the elderly people that the family, it's too hard for the family or something like that, so they never come and visit the person. So now that person's just lonely as fuck, miserable before they die.
Living with their memories.
Yep.
If they don't have dementia.
Right.
Or Alzheimer's or everything else.
Right.
Wipe their memories out of their heads so they don't remember.
Yeah. Like, what kind of life is that to live? Like, that shit's rough. Like, I don't see how we, as the people, have come together and been like, oh yeah, this is okay. This is, this is normal. Let's just be okay with that. Look at our veterans. A lot of our veterans being homeless on the street, nothing to eat. These motherfuckers serve for their country, and they're homeless with nothing to eat. That don't make no motherfucking sense. You see these motherfuckers wearing their, Vietnam War hats and stuff like that. These motherfuckers fought in a huge war that changed the course of our country, and these motherfuckers are starving and homeless. What the fuck? Makes no sense to me. But sure, we could go give this Mexican family from Mexico brand new house, fucking food in their bellies for fucking 10 years and whatever else they ever fucking need. Shit is wild to me. And that's what I like about Trump. Trump's not about that shit. He's trying to change that, which is a huge thing. And I am a firm believer that, you know what? The next presidential election, mark my words, I bet you JD Vance is going for it.
I wouldn't doubt it, or we might see something that we ain't seen in a long time.
What?
A third term.
Yeah. Very possible.
I mean, he's pushing the envelope. Why not push that one?
I mean, true. But you also have to think, though, Trump could use JD Vance. All they would really have to do is switch the roles. JD Vance be president, Trump as vice president.
Or he can pull an Obama. Put me in the basement, and whoever's in office, give me a mic and put an earpiece in them, and I'll run the country through proxy.
Right. Yeah. 100%.
Didn't Obama say that?
Yeah.
And then you look who they elected.
Yep.
In a rigged election.
Yep.
A no-show fucking president. Sat in his fucking basement.
Oh, I am a firm believer that Obama was the fucking maker of choices during Biden's run. 100%. If you really look carefully at the certain things that happened and occurred, and then go look at Obama's 4 years, you'll see a lot of similarities.
Why do you think they pushed so hard and said that in 2016, and Hillary was so upset because they said with the internet we can whoop him?
Yeah.
And then it failed.
Right.
Because Trump outplayed him on the internet.
Yeah. I mean, and then you got the whole, we're gonna, what was it? Pardon fucking Hunter Biden and fucking whoever else they fucking pardoned. They pardoned a bunch of people.
Oh, his whole freaking family.
Yeah.
And
that's just wild to me.
Into them, for anything back to 2014.
Yep.
And this thing with Ukraine, you go back and look at the $6,000 or $6 billion or whatever it was, and then Hunter being tied in with Burisma and everything else.
Right.
Tell me he wasn't laundering money and making money.
100%. Oh, I think, and when Hunter Biden was talking about the big man, he was talking about fucking Biden. 100%. He was talking about daddy. Daddy was controlling all. Dude, Biden's been in the political run for fucking years. That man has been in. I do believe he was also
all
politically
my
involved when
life.
back in the
Look.
60s.
I'm an old dude. Hillary Clinton has been in since I was 8 fucking years old. Excuse my language. You done poked the Hillary Clinton, Joe
You're
Biden,
good.
and
You can
them have
cuss on
all
here. I
been,
don't give a fuck, man. I cuss all the time on this thing. Don't
they've been
you
in
don't worry about
office since I was an 8-year-old kid in 1968.
But I was saying Biden too. Biden was politically
Exactly. Career politicians.
yeah.
Need term limits.
Oh yeah, 100%. I firmly believe that if your career is a politician, you need a term limit for Senate, House chamber, whatever it is. Doesn't matter what avenue you go. Even when it comes to our judges, I do think that there should be a term.
A term limit.
Yep.
And you don't go to DC to get rich.
Right.
I'm starting to sound like my father. We got
Well,
the
you
best
do know
government.
once you become president, you're exempt from taxes for a certain period of time, right?
I'm not sure on that.
Yeah, that was the whole thing during Obama's thing.
My old man used to say, and I'm starting to sound like my father and my grandfather and my uncles before me, we got the best government in the world, if you can afford it.
Yeah, literally though. Well, look, certain people that become powerful without the money, just off of knowledge, they get killed off automatically.
Yeah.
If you ain't got money, you're gonna get killed off if you know too much. You're not in the group. They're gonna kill you. 100% every time.
Go back to George Carlin.
Yep.
The comedian.
Yep. One of the greatest
They own
comedians out there.
everything and they ain't sharing it, and you ain't part of the fucking club.
Yep.
Which
That's
goes back to history and family ties.
Well, you remember, this was what? Years ago, like back when Jesse Ventura was exposing all the fucking coffins that were being transported and the setups for concentration camps in our country, for our prisons, and these were legit movements that our country Democratic Party was doing. They were practicing for martial law. They were ready to lock down our communities into pretty much little camps.
Okay, now let's go back to 2020.
Yep.
That was a run.
Yep.
They shut down the country.
Yeah. Well, what's the greatest? Think about it though. What's the greatest way to have full control of not only a country but the whole world?
The 11 planks of communism. Control the media. Control the education. Control the medical. Control the food supply.
The biggest way to do that quickly, though, is a nationwide or worldwide medical illness that causes threat to every human being on the planet, and telling them the only way they can survive is staying inside.
Yep. And that's when a lot of the younger generation said, "Whoa, we ain't gonna work."
Yep.
When the government will take care of us with stimulus.
Because that's what they learned. That's what the government taught them was, hey, and we can still make this work where you don't have to work and we'll take care of you. There you go. Give you a taste of the medicine, if you will.
Get you hooked on it.
Yep. Just much like what these fentanyl dealers are doing with weed and all these things. They put a little bit of fetty in that shit to get you hooked. the same process, just different avenue, if you will.
Yep. And where's all the fentanyl coming from?
China.
In Mexico.
Yeah, but mainly
and
China.
Canada.
Mainly China is the main culprit of it. They just have ways of pushing it through every avenue, such as Mexico, Canada.
I mean, have you ever watched the show or the videos of what they go through at the border? The different ways they try smuggling the crap across the borders?
Oh, yeah. I've seen that. It's crazy with the things they come up with. Pretty soon here, though, I mean, they've started kind of doing it, the use of drones. But I feel like that's going to be a bigger thing. The use of drones is going to be a crucial transport of goods or criminal activity, if you will.
If they aren't already doing it.
They are. I mean, there's been some, for sure. I mean, you can get, I mean, the military already have drones as big as SUVs. You know what I mean? So you think of what a fucking drone could possibly carry through the sky.
Look at the personal drone by Cadillac.
Yeah.
And tell me if that ain't the shit that they ain't been seeing over New Jersey and DC and everything.
Oh, Trump already talked about that. That was people's, he even admitted that was our own country. That was not a threat. It was, some of them were regular people's fucking drones, and some of them were our government's.
Have you heard anything about the drones over New Jersey lately?
That's what I was just talking about. Trump already said that.
You ain't heard anything anymore.
No, because it had already got proved once Trump said all that shit. But which is funny though was, why didn't our Democratic office just come out the truth? They wanted to put fear into the. It was a control tactic. Let's not tell you everything because now we can get you afraid. And
there's Russian submarines off of the coast that are sending them in.
Right.
Plant that threat. Always got to have a boogeyman.
Oh yeah, because know the Democratic
Russia.
Well, the biggest thing about the Democratic Party is their main point of money is war. War is all about money. I don't care what anybody has to say. You know how much money it costs to send one soldier out?
Well, go back to
millions of dollars.
Go back to the movie Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah. Sherlock Holmes, yeah.
Bullets and Band-Aids.
Yep. I mean, there's so much financial value in war, and that's what the Democratic Party likes to fuel off of, is their war, while they point their fingers at the other way and say, look, it's over here.
And look at Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah. You know that shit wouldn't have happened if Trump was in office. That shit would have never popped off. The shit in Afghanistan would have never happened the way it did. Fucking the shit with what is it? Hamas and them. That shit wouldn't have been going the way it was. The military industrial complex. Yeah. I mean, there's exactly. Look at there was a movie actually talking about this. War Dogs. War Dogs is a great fucking film. Some funny ass parts in it too. But it's a great example of how these people do trade and barter with the military and other countries, and the money value of munitions, guns, nukes to fucking whatever to the military uniform. I mean, it's all a money game.
Yeah, pay to play.
Yep.
And so what if we lose a few cash cows along the way?
We're reproducing at a higher rate now than ever before. No one gives a fuck. There's always going to be more soldiers. And that's the way they look at it. Not to mention, they can always open up the draft one more time.
Yep.
They have a backup, the draft. So I've always said this. Your social security number is all you are when it comes to the government. You're a fucking number. You're not a human. You're a fucking number, which is the equivalent to a credit card. What does a credit card have on it? Numbers. What is it used for? Money.
What does
Debt.
your bank account actually have?
Numbers. Everything is numbers.
You don't have cash in the bank. You got numbers.
Yep. Look at fucking crypto. What is it?
There you go.
Did you know that the main coding of crypto is... So if you know code, you know code is a mixture of letters and numbers. Did you know the main coding of crypto is numbers only?
I did not know that. I haven't dug into crypto. It don't interest me.
Yeah, so if you know anything about coding, usually there's typically, when it comes to softwares and stuff like that, there's random numbers and then letters pop up, A, B, whatever, 0, 5, 4, 3 in sequences, right?
Yeah.
Well, the sequences in the beginning part of the crypto are all numbers. It's not, there's no B, 5, 4, 3, 6, 7, 8, you know, whatever. It's just straight up numbers. It's weird.
And not only that, you can hide tangible stuff in it and sell it.
Precisely, yep. It is a very manipulated system, for sure. And it is a system for the rich. It's not a system for the poor.
I believe it.
Why do you think when crypto was first popping off, how many rich people put forth so much money into the system? So much that poor people could never put in that. You know what I mean?
Why did they start investigating it and then starting wanted to regulate it? It all comes down to money.
Yep. Because it became very popular and there was a lot of money into it. So they're like, you know what? Fuck this investigation. It is actually profitable to use it.
What was that movie about instead of getting paid money that they get paid you in time?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and then you had a little device on you, and
yeah, you were, and it was like you were probed with a chip, if you will.
Well, hello, Elon.
Yeah. I'm a firm believer that Elon does want to do some of. He's even told his own self on videos saying that there's no regulation when it comes to technology and AI. And he's a firm believer that we need it, but as long as there's not, he's going to firmly go forward. What does that tell you? He's a firm believer in knowing that there is no regulation, there's nothing stopping from the advancement of AI or anything like that. But if anybody knows anything about AI, first off, we're not building AI. AI is building itself.
Well, it had to be created first.
Yes,
and then
it had to be
learned.
But once it was created, it's just been building itself. We as people can't stop it now at this point because it's building itself. The only way we build to stop it is completely destroying AI right now before it's in too deep.
Well, let's go back to Terminator.
Exactly.
I mean, they can't do any. They say they can't do anything to us without warning us first.
AI is self-evolving. How are you? But see, that's the problem. How can you, if you are looking at AI that's self-evolving, how are you going to have the warning to the people to say, "Hey, now it's done too far. We got a warning. It's going to happen soon." When it just is self-evolving, AI could just flip at any point in time and flip the script once they know. I already think that AI has evolved enough and knows enough to already flip the script on us. It totally has the capabilities and the smarts to do so. It's called a smartphone for a fucking reason.
I mean, when this little device in our pocket and everything else, and which I'm speaking to you on right now, I mean, come on. It's sitting here listening to us. It's
Oh
sitting
yeah,
here
100%.
learning.
Well, look
It's
how many.
sitting here. Oh, you need this kind of medication. Oh, you need to do that. You need to buy this product. And the motherfucker ain't even turned on.
Yep.
And I'll mention something to my wife and then get up the next day and have damn ads on my phone for the shit.
Yep. Alexa does the same thing. Fucking her TVs. That's why they're smart TVs now. You don't see tube TVs no more. Everyone has a smart TV.
Muddy, you ain't old. Why do
Hey,
you
Muddy.
think they call me the Moses about YouTube?
Hey, I'm just gonna say this right now. It don't matter at what age you are. If you are alive when it happens, you're a part of it. You're not gonna have a choice. AI is not gonna look at you and be like, "Oh, you're too old to fuck with."
Let's put it this way. I have been around before analog, lived through the analog to the digital, and
Yeah.
seen everything in between.
Well, that's why I'm glad I'm a 90s baby, because I grew up. So when I was born, it was like the time in between technology advancement and encyclopedias and dictionaries. You know what I mean? I remember when I went to school, I still had to use a thesaurus book or go through the library and look at the encyclopedia and find the letter encyclopedia book and then look for the word in that letter in that big ass book to find out the information and flip the words. I couldn't credit it to the book like they can now. Kids nowadays, they can just take whatever it is off the internet and then post whatever site they found it on. They don't have to change the wording. They don't have to nothing. We had to fucking go into the encyclopedia, find the wording, and then reword it in our own words, write it down, then source it. They don't do all of that no more.
In the year 2000 and everything, we entered a new era.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
I mean, I can remember when microwaves were new and just
Right.
coming out. I remember the first color TV.
Yeah. Well, it's crazy. Well, and it's also crazy if you look at the time frame of technology advancement, it happened very quickly.
Yeah, it did. I mean, look how many years it took us from 1900 during the Industrial Revolution and how fast it went by.
Yep.
To the digital age.
Yeah.
And then everything's been advancing so freaking rapidly that as human beings, we cannot keep up with it.
No.
And now we got AI.
AI is going to take over everything. I'm going to tell you this right now. Stores are already using robots for inventory, all these things. There's not going to be, they're taking away jobs.
I mean, we're going to wind up as human beings. Go back and rewatch Wall-E. We're
Yep.
going to be floating around like big blobs in a chair.
Oh, yeah. Muddy makes a good point. Who can you call by phone number, not just tap a name?
Exactly. How many phone numbers can you remember?
Right. None. Back in the day, plenty. Dude, we had to remember our what? It was our lunch code. We had to remember our mom's number, our dad's number, grandma's number, our best friend's number, every friend that we wanted to ever talk to, a new girl that we wanted to talk to, whatever it might been, we needed to remember their fucking number.
And now you got to remember passwords.
Yep.
And then you got old fuckers like me that, like, I can't even remember what I had for breakfast, let alone a freaking password.
Right.
For everything that I gotta be connected to by the fucking internet. What happened to personal, face to face, people contact, dealing with real live human beings? I mean,
Well,
you
and
can't even call, you know, an institution and talk to a human being. It's all fucking pre-recorded shit.
Yep. Well, and I've also noticed this. I went off social media for a time period time. I said, here's my phone number. Put it out there. I said, that's the only way you'll be able to contact me. I will not be using Snapchat, Messenger, YouTube, any of this. The only way you'll be able to contact me is by texting or calling my cell phone. You know how many people actually texted or called me?
Nada.
But as soon as I got back on that social media, you know how many messages I was getting? Regularly.
No.
Regularly, I was getting plenty of messages as soon as I was on social media. The time I wasn't, and it was just my cell phone number, ain't nobody reach out. Ain't nobody knew how.
And see,
that's fucked
the
up.
thing about social media. There you go. You got to have this device now, this new technology, to be social.
Yep.
And like we were saying, you know, that interview that Tom McDonald had with that one person.
Yeah.
The effects of social media on a society. How we're all persuaded to think certain ways.
Well, social media was attested. If you remember the start of social media was started as a political movement for political agenda. That was the whole reason of social media, was political agenda and commercial, to push products and goods, and also push, you know, political views. That was the main two components of social media when it first started.
Well, I remember the first chat rooms on dial-up.
Oh yeah, Yahoo Messenger, AOL.
Yeah, where you can actually get on gaming sites and everything else and actually sit there and have conversations with people.
Yeah. I remember those things.
Yeah. And look how fast it advanced.
Oh yeah. Now it's at the palm of our hands.
And
before it was, we had to be on a computer, and it was kind of janky. You know what I mean? Like, compared to what we have now.
What was that computer company? Who was it? Oh, here's the question. What was it that put computers into every home? Under the guise of No Child Left Behind.
Wasn't that Apple?
It was the Clintons.
Oh, okay.
I remember the big push. You got mail. Yeah, right, Mike?
I had to pop that comment up. That was great.
There was a lot of homes that didn't have computers and internet service and everything, and it was the Clintons that passed it to get computers. I can't remember the name of the computer company, but they were big for a long time. Hauled a lot of loads for them.
I know Apple was a big part in you're thinking IBM.
Not IBM.
Not IBM?
That was punch cards and everything.
Okay.
The beginning of technology back in the 60s. The first computers.
Yeah.
The computers that the Clintons wanted to get in the home for under the guise of No Child Left Behind so they could study online at home was the Clintons.
Right.
And the computer come in a box that looked like a black and white cow.
Oh, okay. Those millions of CDs sent out from AOL. 100%.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
look at the advancement of from even floppy disks to tapes to CDs to flash drive to now cloud.
Dell, that's it. Not Dell. Or was it Dell?
Could have been Dell.
Yeah.
Dell was fucking old as shit. That's why I was thinking when I was thinking about it. That's why I said IBM, because IBM's one of the big oldest fucking ones out there too, along with Dell and fucking Apple is a big old one too. I know Apple has been in it.
Yeah. But it was the Clintons that pushed the
Yeah, I was just
computers.
meaning. Yeah, I get that. I was just saying the company. I was meaning the company, not.
I believe it was Dell computers. Big bulky MFers with fucking the
Look
first.
at supercomputers now.
Yeah,
Look at the advancement of that. I
and
think we have.
that's
Don't we?
from 98, 99.
Yeah.
So computers haven't been around all that long, and look how far advanced they are now.
Yeah.
And go back to what Tesla said. You'll be able to carry advice and talk to people worldwide in your pocket.
Yep. Muddy says, I think Macintosh was the beginning. But I do believe Macintosh was started by Apple, wasn't it, Muddy? It was like an off branch of Apple. I do believe Macintosh was. That's why that's why Apple came out with the Apple Mac. At least that from what I remember. I mean, could be wrong.
Hell, the first cell phones
Them
came
bitches
out
were
in the
bricks.
70s.
Them things were fucking huge as bricks. Carrying them in a suitcase and shit.
That's what they called them, the brick.
Yeah. Had a whole ass suitcase for it. Yeah, Apple bought them out. That's what it was. Okay, that's what I thought. But yeah, the advancement of everything, like it just shows how fast If you look at technology, how it advanced, we made it. How fast do you think an AI itself is going to advance itself?
Beware the next 10 years.
Yeah. Well, remember when flying cars was just a dream?
Well, let's go back to Disney on that one. World,
Yeah.
when they had a thing called World of the Future.
Yeah. Or what was it? What's that fucking movie?
The Jetsons.
Yep, the Jetsons. You had the Jetsons. You had what is that fucking movie? It's old school ass movie too, and they're flying cars. Such a good fucking Fifth Element. Fifth Element, that movie. They had flying cars and everything. You put a fucking look at Back to the Future, putting something in a fucking little tiny thing into a little fucking microwave looking thing. You press a button and boom, it turns into a big ass pizza.
Time travel, 1985.
Time travel is another one, yeah.
You're right, White Wolf. I mean, how many people today can take their devices and just put them down? We're so attached to them.
Facts.
You got kids coming out that are 3 or 4 years old that can run a computer better than somebody my age.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Next thing you know, kids are going to be in the womb being implanted with chips.
Yep. Well, we already have the technology to put shit into babies for their DNA to make them better at sports or music or creative or this, that, the other, looking into what diseases they might have in the future in their life.
You'll be able to design your own kid.
Yep.
Look, I look at it this way. The good Lord gave me a set of DNA, which is instructions of what's supposed to be in my body. I ain't supposed to be adding shit to it.
Facts. True. Yeah, it's a crazy thing to look at.
Like you said, they're sitting here trying to play God with science.
100%. That's exactly what it is. Let's see how many elements of life and in this world can we control as humans with science is what they're trying to do, which is the pretty much the same thing as playing God.
Or Satan.
That too.
I will create a world, a heaven, and I will place it above your throne. My
Right.
world will be better than yours.
Yep.
Look overhead.
Oh
Look,
yeah, I mean,
that book was written and it has an ending in it, and there ain't no escaping it. We may not see it in this lifetime, but it'll come around.
oh yeah. I mean, I do believe that technology is going to be the world's end. I do believe that we, as humans, we are parasites to Earth. Earth is the host. We are the parasites that suck it dry. But with our technology advancement, we're going to become the pawns in the game, and we're going to fucking die off because of our own stupidity.
And then we will live in a simulation.
Yep. Because that will be the only thing that will be possibly left at that point.
Muddy, you stay safe, buddy.
Yeah, stay safe, Muddy.
I mean, that I'm gonna say something that's weird that Muddy can probably identify with. When you get as many hours that a truck driver puts in a day, and you're sitting there behind the wheel, besides watching everything that goes on around you, you get a lot of time to think about crap.
Oh, for sure.
You ponder a lot of stuff.
For sure. Shit, I'm a manager at a restaurant. You know what I mean? So he said, I'm here. That was when you said, put your phone down.
Oh, okay.
He was trying to
Distracted
be a smart
driving.
ass. He was trying to be a smart ass. That's great.
Caught you. Distracted driving. 10 and 2, Muddy. 10 and 2. Check them mirrors every 8 seconds, bud.
But no, I that's what I mean though. Like this advancement shit is just wild to me. And if you really put it all together, I mean, look at Resident Evil, the film. You can look at the main company was the Umbrella Company. Did you know that that's a legit company in this world with the same insignia?
No, I did not know that.
Yep. You can look this up. There is the exact Umbrella Company that was in the movie Resident Evil is a legit company in the world.
Well, there's a couple of movies that say that they need to go back. Oh, it was Terminator. Go back to the original internet to destroy it before it ever gets started.
Yep.
I mean, tell me that they ain't telling us what the plan is in the movies.
I mean, look at prime example, The Simpsons. Look how much they foretold.
Yeah. Is it coincidence? I don't think so.
I don't fucking think so. We grew up watching fucking shit that had hidden messages all our lives. Look at Disney.
Yeah.
Disney was the king of hidden messages and subliminals. Disney, you couldn't, dude. Disney is the top-notch subliminal company ever. Guaranteed. They taught the game. And now it's just used in regular day life. Everywhere you go. But there's always a projection of what is going to happen or what the moves are trying to be. Always.
Like I said, look at the movie WALL-E. If that ain't projecting what human beings are going to become, I mean, in the United States, we have the highest obesity rate of any other country.
Oh, yeah. Because we're fucking lazy. Americans are one of the most laziest countries in the world.
Yeah, I do, Muddy. Especially with Led Zeppelin records.
I remember that.
Ozzy Osbourne. Backmasking. Remember Tesla 369. Sounds and vibrations. Why is the FBI and all of them looking into backmasking to see if people are actually saying what they actually mean?
Yeah.
People would take recordings of these, officials and playing backwards, and they claim that what they actually meant is in the backmasking.
Yeah. Well, dude, talking code has been a thing for years. Military used talking code in the beginning.
Yeah. The military knows shit and has shit 30 years in advance before
yeah.
the general public is aware of it.
Right. That's just aware of it. That's just being aware before they even. Then it becomes a commercial thing where they make it into a availability to the public to buy it, like drones, for instance.
Yep. I remember when I was in the military, I remember the first drones that came out, because when we were in the Persian Gulf, they'd have to ditch them in the water, and then we'd have to go pick them up.
Right. Buddy says we use pigeons down here.
Good old homing pigeons.
Right. But yeah, it's just the world is crazy right now with everything that goes on in it. And I feel like there's a lot of people that play ignorant because they're truly scared to even know what's really going on around them.
Exactly.
Ignorance is bliss.
Sometimes.
Right, sometimes.
But when they shove it in your face through a device, you know, let's go back to the Bible. A lot of people may not like this, but in the Bible it tells you to be in this world, not of this world.
Yeah.
And not to fear. Everything happens according to his plan. And he's already told you what the plan is, or what the ending is, in that book.
Right. Well, brainwashing has been a thing for years.
Oh, yeah.
And brainwashing was implemented at first in the military to get knowledge. Then it's been used in the mainstream world as a commercial view in advertisements, this, that, the other, to control appetites, movements of people, to splitting them into
the main
different
word
agendas.
right there. Control.
Yep. There was a TV series a couple years ago that had Alexas and all those devices listening devices for the government. They already are. We already, you know what I mean? Regardless of the TV show, that legit is, that was done in the Patriot Act years ago when September 11th happened. That Patriot Act at September 11th is what allowed the government to do this.
Why are they building, storage units out in Utah and everything of all everybody's movements? What they do on the internet.
Yeah. Muddy said, what about food? Realized one day someone saw a cow and said, I'm eating that some bitch today. I mean, you're not wrong. There had to be a thought process somewhere to figure it out.
Hey, somewhere someone said, hey, mushrooms, these look good. Let's try them. Wait a minute. That was
they had a good trip. That was a good time. And there's frogs that exist that you can lick the back of them and trip balls.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're in Africa, I do believe.
Well, there's one state that has a park called Toad Lick Park. We've got them here in the United States.
Oh, shit. First person to see a chicken lay an egg and say, those look edible. Facts, though.
Not realizing they were eating a undeveloped embryo,
Right. Literally, though.
a fetus.
Literally.
Talk about cannibalism.
100%.
Is that why everything tastes like chicken? I mean, there always had to be a first.
Facts. That goes with everything, no matter what it is. Always had to be a first.
I mean, it's weird. You go back and you look back in the Bible. Even in the Bible, it tells you, I give you everything that's edible and what to stay away from. I mean, but there's some people that don't believe.
Yeah.
I mean, everything here, according to science, has a creator. Well, that tells you science admits right there that we've been created.
Right. Flip over a cow patty and see a mushroom and say, yum.
Been there, done that, sold them. Growing up down here in Florida, man, when it rains, hit the pasture.
Feel that.
Damn,
Dude, in
I'm
Minnesota,
telling
we
them,
did the same thing in Minnesota, man. Like, fuck, because we have so many cow pastures up there that shit get wet. We out there.
damn, I'm telling on myself.
See, me, I'm not a Christian. I'm a pagan. So, but
even pagans have some of the same beliefs as Christians.
yeah,
I mean, come on.
very true. But paganism is also a thing that was created way before Christianity was created.
Okay, oral histories.
Yep.
Depending on where you were born, what you were taught, what you believed. I mean, the Indians
Yep.
believed in giants. It was a way of warning of, cannibalism. And have you ever seen any giant bones? But yet everybody believes that the government are hiding the giant bones when they're actually oral stories.
Yep.
Of other people.
Yeah.
And it just got blown out of proportion.
Yep.
And the story itself became a giant.
Pretty much.
When it was basically oral stories of how to survive and who to look out for.
Yeah.
I mean,
Money says, my question is, if it was only Adam and Eve and had two sons, one killing the other, Eve being the only woman, where did all of us people come from? Good question.
You got 14 hours to ponder that one, Muddy.
Right. And how come dinosaurs weren't on the ark? Very true.
Who says they weren't on the ark? We talk about DNA and everything. Who says they took full-grown animals on the ark? Who says he didn't take babies and eggs?
Right.
It'd be a lot more sensible to store smaller that were going to grow instead of having large that were going to die and not have time to reproduce. Where if you have DNA samples, That makes a lot more sense. Let's think common sense here. And what happened to the ark?
Right.
The termites ate it.
Hager Billy is so. Oh my God. Hager Billy need to get off of Church's dick.
No, dude.
I just seen a picture of or I mean a post from him. That's why I said that. Muddy says it's in Kentucky. Oh shit.
I've always wanted to stop and check that out because they said they supposedly built it to scale.
White Wolf says before Kurt gets jealous. I think Kurt's already jealous. Yeah, we knew what you were referring to, Muddy. The art.
Yeah, I
Hick-
always
Hicker-
wanted to stop by and see that.
Yeah, Hicker Billy made a post about Adam in his fucking thing. But he's only doing that because it's Ryan Upchurch. But it's like I said earlier, who's talking about who?
I mean, who's nut swinging and who's not nut swinging?
I'm definitely not nut swinging, bro.
I mean, you know what I'm talking
just
about
saying.
here.
I know. I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm all about the music and the lyrics and everything like that. You know, and then you got these people out here and they're like, oh, Creek Squad this and Creek Squad that and la da 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 da. And I'm more country than you are. And hey, so
I mean,
you grew up in a rural area outside of a big city because look, I was born in Joliet, Illinois, and I pulled up on the map where Adam said that he's from.
yeah.
And it's directly across the river from where I grew up. Okay, and I moved down here in Florida. I've been down here since I was 8 years old, and I was raised in a small community.
Yeah.
Adam says country is a state of mind, not where you're from.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, I've always said this. You can go 20 miles out of any city and you'll find country.
Exactly.
It's not a north, south, east, west thing. It's you can find country everywhere. I personally like, I don't understand this out countrying other motherfuckers. Like, at the end of the day, look, if you really want to be about the country life, it's cool. If you really about that city life, that's cool too. If you like that fast living, live that fast living, bro. If you want to live that slow paced country life, live that slow paced country life. But I'm gonna tell you this right now: them northern country boys, man, you from Illinois, so you'll get it. I am a firm believer that a northern country boy would out-survive a southern country boy. The only reason I say that is a northern country boy can survive a fucking winter. A real winter. A southern country boy does not know what a real winter is. They would not know what to do with 50 below zero, with 80 below wind chill, with the wind gusts going 50 miles per hour. People from Minnesota, Illinois, Michigan, they all know what that's like. We all know how to survive that. We know how to live day by day with that. You know what I mean?
Well,
what up, Ghost X?
Hey, Ghost. That's the same thing as saying, you know, me being from the South and raised in the deep South, me saying that, you know, a northern boy wouldn't know how to come down here and survive in the swamp.
I wouldn't. I would, dude. I might die.
You know,
I'll
so
be honest. I'll be honest. I might think it's a fucking log, and it turns out it's a fucking alligator.
exactly.
I'm just saying.
I mean, you wouldn't know how to move through the swamps down here.
Fuck no. I would not. I would fucking get ate. Guaranteed it.
So am I more country than someone who is northern country? No. But when it comes down to basic, to growing my own food and doing shit, you know, for basic survival, let's go back to the old song. A country boy can survive no matter where the hell he is.
Facts.
He'll find a way. So am I more country than you?
I mean,
Hell
you're
no.
nah, you probably are, because I ain't that country. I'm a mix, bro. I can see. I can get. See, I'm one of those people. So I grew up in the city, but my family are all country. Like my dad rode bulls for a living. He's a professional bull rider. I mean, he true cowboy when it comes to the real deal. You know what I mean? And then I got my grandfather. He's military country, so he's like, you know, the blue collar fucking.
Okay,
You
there
know,
we go. You know,
but then I grew up in the ghetto, in the hood, so I know I can get up with the city life and the slang and the shit like that. But I also can go hang out with the bikers and the fucking hicks and shit too. You know what I mean?
exactly,
I can adapt to both.
exactly. That's like I have a friend here that lives over on the coast, right?
Yeah,
From the big city. But yet he's country, but he lives in the hood. And like you said, he can survive out here in the woods and everything else if he comes outside the city limit.
right,
But he's got them street smarts also.
right. That he can survive on the concrete jungle.
Exactly.
Because that is a whole different game. I will be honest. Survival out there in the country is one thing, but survival in the concrete jungle, that's a whole different game.
Exactly. Hood Billy.
It was 115 degrees here the other day, bro. But are you now? Here's my question though: is it 115 degrees humidity, or is it 115 degrees dry heat? Because there is a big difference.
You know,
Oh.
you're actually right.
I'll take
White
dry
Wolf.
heat all fucking day. If it's 115 degrees dry heat all day, but if it's 115 degrees with 100% humidity, you can get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
You wouldn't survive down here in Florida, then.
No, I don't. I wouldn't. I already know that. My mom's been there. My mom's married to a Florida man, and I'm me personally. I know I can't go down south like that. I'm Australia, so it's technically 42 degrees Celsius. But no, I'm allergic to the sun first and foremost. I get heat sickness. So
What?
Huh?
Oh, I was gonna agree with White Wolf.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you want to know something, White Wolf? If you go back to his early stuff during the Vine days, that was one of the things he's always pushed. I'm more country than anybody. Just because you wear boots and a belt buckle and a hat and this, that, and the other don't make you country. I'm more country than you are. I'm agriculturing.
Yeah, because he rides because he rides his motorcycles, his four wheelers, and his side by side, and his jet skis. That was his main component.
Well, there's still city people that like to go out and play in the mud.
I'm saying the mud is not only for the country. Let me tell you.
Hell no, mud's fun to play in.
I'm fucking saying. But Ghost X, what I was meaning though is I get that for temperature, but I was meaning like humidity. Do you have a lot of humidity in the air, or is it dry? Because there is a significant dry heat is way easier to deal with than humid heat. Humid heat is when you step outside and you're in a pool sweat right then and there as soon as you stepped outside.
I mean,
You got that thickness to it, and you're just like, ugh, fuck today. Yeah, that's that like Florida. Like fuck that shit.
yeah, check out OMG Wicks about living in Florida. That's some funny shit, but it's real.
See me, I have to be careful where I'm at because I'm allergic to the sun. I'm sensitive to heat and shit. So like I get heat sickness real fucking quick. If I'm outside, even just having like a regular summer day barbecue, I have to go intervals because if I stay out in the sun too much, I start throwing up and getting physically sick because I'm allergic to it. It's fucked. I don't know why, but I love the sun. I love being outdoors. I'll push my fucking shit to the fullest. Trust me. I'll be getting so close to sickness that I'm like, oh, I gotta go in or I gotta go under a tree to get some shade and shit because like, bro, I get sick as fuck.
Well, Enlightened, I'm gonna have to jump down here.
Oh, you good?
Break
It's
out
always
of peas for my black eye if I don't fix my wife some lunch.
I feel that. Well, you have a good one, MMC. It's always a pleasure, man.
Hey, it was a good discussion today.
Oh yeah,
I
it was definitely.
enjoyed the heck out of it.
I love these kind of conversations. I'm always willing to have these kind of conversations on a panel. I actually, that's what I'm here for, man. I try to push that kind of shit. So it was definitely a pleasure.
All right, I'm gonna jump back down in the chat and keep listening, and
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
gonna fix some lunch for the wife. Happy wife, happy life.
I feel it. I feel it.
All right, you have a good day.
Yeah, for sure. You too, man. Muddy, you said do it at night? What, you want me to do one of these? Or are you meaning like because I'm allergic to the sun, do everything at night? Dry as a nut. Hey, I can handle that dry heat, Ghost. For real, that dry heat a lot easier than a humid. People have gotten away with from having actual conversations for sure. I'll do the show at night. I mean, I could always do some night shows. It just depends on my work schedule. Cause I'd be working early as fuck in the morning. Dry heat always here unless you're up in the tropics. Okay. How you been doing, Lone Wolves? Good to see you. But no, it's Muddy, I definitely could look into doing some night shows. It just like I said, it all depends on my scheduling and shit. Yeah, I'll be stopped and can join in for sure, man. Like I said, if especially if it works for me, like if I don't work the next day or something, then I can definitely do night shows. Or if I work like later in the morning, then I can do some night shows and shit. Lone Wolves is getting a new Cuban link necklace, eh? Okay. White Wolf Contra Rap is becoming cringe as fuck like a wolf's wife's club, but for woke. Facts though. You ain't wrong, Ghost, with that. I mean, just watch Ryan Upchurch's latest video. You'll see how cringe it's getting. That video was cringe as fuck. I'm not even gonna lie. Shit was wild. I was like, dude, this is just not a good look. For real, it was not a good look at all. And a Cuban link bracelet, diamond cross earrings? Hell yeah.
Well, good morning. Tennessee, so I got there.
That's a newer post too.
I just pretend to get up and go to work 2 months later. I need to go on these bed, all these things, working on doing. And I'm like, yeah, don't let them take the credit. Like, yeah, y'all are better. I'm just in one of those moods where I just feel like being overly brutally honest. You know, it's funny, these months, where like, you know, I've been doing chopping logs all day, and don't care rock. This month, I'm running around like, I got a job cracking rocks. Is it? You're right. Young timer, you're like, hey, dude, why you always so tired? They don't understand, they forgot, look, waste their energy, go, you know. The fact of walking through the house going, fuck y'all. You know, it is really good. I'm talking about your family. The on traits. No, but the brain is damaged. It is damaged. I don't give a what no one says. It is. It's picking a phone up for 5 minutes. It's like for hard day's work.
You got a gobble?
If you don't know, somebody who didn't grow up poor like us. But that's it. You're running enough all the fucking time. Y'all been here forever too. You was with. Why do you think y'all know a friend? Be like, dude, shut up, man. He's on road. Okay.
The only reason I played this, it was posted 10 minutes ago. Okay. It's from Ryan Upchurch fans page. Ryan Upchurch, Adam Calhoun stops by to answer questions. So we're going to check out what it's all saying. Because, yeah, I'm kind of curious. I don't entertain any of it anymore. Don't even watch videos. I just fuck with people about the music. Yo, it's always about the. Hey, Ghost. We still got to set up that interview between me and you, also. So definitely link up in my IG. We can plan that out. His absolute obsession with Adam is insane. Fake ass country boy.
You know what? Because I played the exactly the world. You know, you walk the website and you undercover for country boys, you know what I'm doing. He's a big move. That's why he's screaming like a cheerleader all the time. But the more I get on here and just say truth, everybody looks and they're like, it is obvious. Think that it, yeah, it is. They just, oh, dude, here's how you know you actually soft and you just playing a character. It's not even the girliest men in the country. If you want some examples, okay, good. Even if you don't, okay, good. Go look at it. What's wrong? It's Sunday. He thinks people doing working on Sunday. Forgot to work every day of the week. You see how that happened? Yeah. You think that there's just no work on Sunday, like, what do you think the world is? You think the world teachers just go roll a TV in here on a little scooty thing and just turn on rocket power for everybody and those cookies and Kool-Aid and those roll our Toy Story mats out and that? You're disconnected from the real world just based on that. also the way y'all handle your social media, like actually your fans. Like when you were walking around with the phone. And just, you got it set up like Hollywood. Like this, watch.
Backlight Wolf.
Are you going to be going on praying hands? Going yelling? God, moment? Funny you can ask, because I got this guy on the boat.
Oh, it's just Ryan literally playing.
At Work County Schools,
Dude, it's not even really him. Yeah, it's not Adam. It's fucking, of course, it's Ryan playing off like,
Who's the fault? So man, right now, I need to put the training wheel on. And sometimes I get my leaf. I stole from his house.
ever notice that Ryan Upchurch is also trying to connect with the younger demographic? Yeah. No one lives on IG more than him. Facts. Well, I mean, look at who he supports. The whole support with Beast Boy. That thing, I still say that's weird. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care if you like it or not. I personally have my own personal opinions, and that shit's weird to me. More important stuff in life right now. A world's about to go to war, and the way we are going, 100%. We were just talking about that actually. Ryan is just a YouTube artist. Yeah, for sure, bro. I'll hit you up for sure. We'll definitely have to plan it out. But yeah, this whole infatuation with him and going at Adam on videos is just, it's sickening. It's, dude, you got bodied in diss tracks. You couldn't even produce a valuable diss track, and now you're trying to troll, and your fucking trolls aren't even funny. Like, you're not even being actually funny about it. You're just being stupid. On today's The Real Life Housewives of Ghost Ranch. Lou Branch, that's what we're gonna call it, Lou Branch. It's not even no longer Ghost Ranch, man. And Ghost Ranch is an actual term, which I don't understand how that works, because there is an actual ghost ranch that's haunted and stuff. So I looked into that, and it's not the house that he lives in. Watcher and Ghost podcast show. I'm older than most people think. I'm 38. Ghost Watcher podcast. Oh, we're not doing a pod. I'm just running. I'm just interviewing ghosts. That's what will be happening. But I mean, not saying I wouldn't be down for a podcast with ghosts. Ghosts is cool as fuck. It'd be good times. But yes, you hear the grinder. We're grinding up some weed. I'm just giving out of idea of the name. Oh Lord. Don't make people think I'm running a paranormal channel and shit. And then they find out it's not really paranormal. I know she's gonna want one, so I better roll one up for her, because she'll be getting off of work here shortly. Oh shit. Looking out for my old lady. Shout out to my girl though. She is officially now able to tattoo on skin and shit. She's making moves. I'm proud of her. That means your boy get free tattoos, bro. 100% free. My girl is just doing them all. I was happy about that. I was like, yo, bet. I was like, I'll be your fucking canvas all day, babe. For sure. But we've been streaming for almost 4 fucking hours, guys. 4 fucking hours. Trace. To be fair though, my girl ain't here, so I've been like, what am I gonna do? Because I'm at her house, so it definitely helped with the time. That's for sure. Had some great conversations. I do got to call Sirius Mac at some point today too. We got to plan out that other interview with him, and then he's got some artists for me possibly to do some interviews with. I'm excited for. Like I said, we will be interviewing possibly a couple bigger names out there. I'm not going to say who, but there are some connections with some bigger artists that my buddy has that I could possibly do interviews with. Playboy can actually rap and is very good at it. Whichever way you look at it, he will get hate. I got no hate for him. He's a real one. To be real with him, and that's like anyone who's a real motherfucker. I don't know much about Playboy. When I was following Playboy a little bit, he was on that Juggalo kick, and then that's when he turned into the mega rapper. I mean, artist is an artist. He's got capabilities. He can rap. As for his personality, who he is, I don't know how real he is or anything like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, good music is good music. That's the way I see it. You got me through 2 states? Fuck yeah, I got you through 2 states. I'm proud. Fuck, making it easier for you. Look at that. 4 a.m. here. What about that wake and bake time of the day? I fucking feel it. I'm rolling this blunt for my girl, so when she get home, we can smoke it because I know she gonna want to smoke. Before we take this trip, we're about to go back home today. I started off with tattooing. Oh, that's dope. I didn't know that you were a tattooer. AI and MS? What do you mean? As good as I was, I have a heavy hand and put the fear of God in clients. When tattooing them, had a few from pain. It wasn't. Hey, yeah, that's if you got a heavy hand, that's tough. Tattoos hurt already. You don't need to add to the pain, Ghost. Definitely don't want to be handed when you're doing the tattoo because they're already fucking painful as it is. Oh, Alabama and Mississippi. Ask somebody which 2 states. Oh, okay. Actually made my ex's brother pass out tattooing his elbow. Fuck. That's tough. Yeah, my girl did some work on me yesterday. She did was already a tattoo I already had, but it needed to be touched up and shit, and she did really well with it. She got the line in really well. She did the shading really well. She made it look more alive than it originally was. Yeah, Mississippi and Louisiana headed to Fort Worth, Texas. Headed to Texas. Gotta love driving in Texas, bro. Especially like Dallas or Houston, them areas. Gotta love driving there. Bet you that's the best driving ever. By me saying that, I'm being totally sarcastic, by the way. I would hate to drive those cities right there. Houston and Dallas. Fuck that. I'd rather drive Detroit or New York over Houston or fucking Dallas. He said, not the city part. Yeah, driving to that city part, man. That's tough. Tough driving out there. Exactly why I couldn't keep doing it was torture unintentionally, though. My guy was giving out tattoos, trying to be an artist, but instead he was torturing his clients. That's fucked. There's a fine line between tattoos and torture, Ghost. We're not trying to torture. We're just tattooing, my guy. No, she's actually getting me into the shit too. Actually, she got a couple tattoo guns and shit. I'm gonna practice on some fake skin and do some just stencils and shit like that. I mean, he wrote it out like a champ. Didn't realize he passed out till I finished the line through the elbow. Oh shit. Poor guy. Well, my guy was passed out. And he's still getting tattooed. God. Rough. So who knows? I might get some practice in here and shit. I might get into it myself a little bit. I told my girl I was tempted to take one of her tattoo guns and put a stencil on my arm and just start tattooing the shit out of it myself. She's like, I don't know if you want to do that. I was like, why? She's like, it's not going to come out good. I was like, it's practice. That's all. We've been watching that 1923. Been pretty dope this season. Only problem, not long enough episodes. I watched some of it. Dude, I lit this blunt without even thinking. That's right. I'll just tell my girl, hey, I lit it, took a couple hits, put it out for us. She ain't gonna give a fuck. She'll be thankful that there's a blunt roll. Period. No, my girl cool as fuck, bro. For real. She works at a restaurant during the day, and a few days throughout the week, she's at the shop. She just now got approved for skin and all that, did her tests and everything. So now she's gonna build her clients up. So yeah, I'm proud of her, man. She putting in work. My girl worked hard as fuck. I'm possibly even thinking about. There's also a possible chance that I might move up here. Me and my girlfriend have gotten really close and stuff throughout the time, and I currently live 3.5 hours away from her, so I kind of want to see what kind of moves I can make and be closer to her for sure. The kiddos pretty much called me stepdad now, so I think that's cute. I was great at with shading through. You'd hardly feel it, but my line work was carving canyons and so Jesus. But the fucked up part is you start with the line work, you don't start with the shading. So the motherfucker's done dead before you even got to the good part. My very first tat was done by Sailor Jerry in 1981. Dang, my tat is older than you. But yeah, no. I had some really bad relationships through my past, and I'm fortunate enough to find the person that I found. She definitely has proven a lot to me. And it's changed my views on some things for sure. I know it was bad, though. I tattooed myself to see just how bad it was and was like, fuck that. No, no, no. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. No, she's very supportive. But she is so different than what I'm used to, for sure. I still deal with some of this relationship trauma body shit that I'm trying to work with, but she's working with me with it. We communicate very well with each other. We don't argue and fight. We just talk shit, talk through it, literally just have conversation. And it's so peaceful to know that we can have a disagreement and just have a conversation and not argue about it. We agree to disagree and we move on with our life. We're like, okay, that's cool. And we'll leave it as is, you know what I mean? Or if we need to, we'll, work out the kinks and shit to make both of us happy. And that's been something I've never had. So I'm really fortunate with this woman. For sure. I get to go back home today though. And go back to work. Which work has been bad. That store it's work, man. That's for sure. But there is a Wendy's up here, so I'm already a manager, so I can transfer if needed. And I told her that I said I can look into transferring when the time comes. So I'll keep my job. I'm not trying to lose money ever. So, and I don't know if I'd move into her house or if I'd just get a place up here type of deal. I'm thinking more of just get my own place up here type of thing than move in with her, but who knows? What the future holds. It's all being talked about. I know if I move though, I gotta look out for my mom too. So if you find a real one, you keep them 100%. Yep, facts, bro. Real ones are hard to find, and dude, I got me a real one. The way she looks at me, the way she treats me, the way we communicate, the way we work as a team. You know what I mean? Like, there's no secrets ever. Uh, man, it's much different. And I've been told her, I was like, where have you been my whole life? Like, well, now that I got you, shit, you ain't going nowhere. I'm keeping you. You a fucking diamond in the ground, bro. All the rest are basic ass stones. So I'm really happy with where life is going. I got some big moves coming in. I said, yeah, good news last week that is very beneficial to my life and definitely gave me a push to go forward that I was needing for sure. And my woman is backing me every inch of the way, which helps. It feels good to have that support to push me through it. She definitely pushes me, which I like. Appreciate you, Muddy. Well, yeah, I mean, she's got a 13-year-old, a 6-year-old, and an 8-year-old, and they've already kind of look at me as stepdad, if you will. Her 13-year-old already called me it. That shit was funny as fuck. I was like, oh, I upgraded. Did I? She said, what do you mean? I was like, I went from mom's boyfriend to stepdad? Bruh, let's go. I told the kids one of these days they'll probably end up on my stream. One of these days we'll be at the Goofy or some shit. I don't know. We'll figure something out. They're a fun time, man. The boys are rambunctious, but that's young boys, man. Loud as hell, being wild as fuck. Typical boys. And they're 6 and 8, so but it's chill, man. It's a good feeling. But let's see what time. 1:53. Yeah, it's about that time. 4 hours in. Well, we'll end stream with this quick song, real quick, that I gotta play because, dude, it's been a vibe. I just gotta find it. You guys gotta remember, I'm not on my computer, so this is a little bit, if you will, different for me. So I'm using a fucking TV to do this shit. But oh my god, so many videos. Oh, these are so I didn't realize that my history also puts in all my shorts. You know the future is screwed when you walk into McDonald's and a playpen is 2 computer screens. Bruh, facts. Bro, it's so hard. There we go. Fucking finally. And that is it. Banger. Jam Wayne and 501 Bryce. Mama told me. I don't know how well it came through the speaker, but you know, I did the best that I could. What I got at the moment, I am not at home. But you already know the deal. You have not yet done so. Do me the biggest solid favor. Call, text someone that you love or care about. Let them know that you love them and care about them. Biggest defense against mental health is letting motherfuckers know. You already know that they're cared about, that they're loved, they're special. You know, because like majority of people that deal with significant mental health issues feel alone, and when they feel loved and special, that fights against it. Yo, Triple T just showed up in the chat. We might have to prolong this motherfucker. We might just have to prolong it now, especially if Triple T get up on this panel. We gon' go longer. What's good, Triple T? How you been, man? Hope you and Lori are doing great. Good to see you, my guy. We had some good conversations today, Triple T. I'll tell you that. Yo, now Triple T came out. I can't even just end the stream, bro. Like that's not nice. Like, no, now we gotta prolong this bitch because now Triple T up in this bitch. We gotta chop it up with Mr. Triple T. Always. I would come up, but I am at work right now. I feel it, bro. I hope work is going well, man. I seen you was in a studio with what's his face, Moccasin Creek. That was dope. And you making moves out here, man. Much respect to you, Triple T, for sure. Loving the rundown episodes, man. Those are getting interesting this year. This little season that you got going on. Definitely different than outcome than I was thinking it was going to be. I do like the idea of like having one listener, like Gotcha Man, for instance, coming up and judging as a listener. I think that should still be a thing for the next season, just switch it up to different people that want to do it or something like that. Figure something out. That would be dope. Ah, shit. Cramps from the fucking. Oh, no. My bad, chat. Did a lot of hiking the other day, and now my fucking body be cramping and shit. So I just dealt with a cramp. Wait till you see the new show coming up on Saturday. It's called The Fifth Element. I've seen the first step little thing that you were doing with The Fifth Element, and that was dope. With all the reactor channels and stuff, you had 2 protects 1. Some of the other reaction channels, that was dope. After that, I was trying to during that show, I was trying to see if what exactly it was all about, because I was like, dude, I'll come up on there for sure. I'll react to some shit with you. So I was down for that. Yeah, it was the first little skit deal that you did with it. I watched that. That was cool. But yeah, man. Triple T. Also, if you ever are doing a panel again, let me know on Instagram, or if you're doing like a one of them open talks about, you know, the government and all that shit, I'm always down. You just gotta give me a heads up. So if it's in the time frame I'm not working or something, I can definitely hop on with you. It'll be definitely a vibe. Dude, there's 4 hours of streaming this shit. We had a really good talk, Triple T. If you check out earlier in the stream, it was me, Muddy, MMC, Ghost a little bit was in there, and Lone Wolf, fucking a few other people. We had some good talks, talking about the government, talking about technology, money, economics, the president, Elon Musk, to fucking. We went a little bit everywhere, man. As you know, my channel is a little bit ADHD, man. We talk about a little bit of everything. I'm the one person that can hit 20 topics in 1 hour. It's horrible. But there'd be so much shit to talk about, man. There's a lot going on in the world. So it's like I bounce around from top to topic a lot. I do better on somebody else's panel, that's for sure, because y'all keep a good track of trying to keep it in the same area of topic. Which when I get on my stream, though, I fly out the mouth with different topics just because it runs rampant. Triple T, I do have interviews coming up. I should be planning on one with the Ghost X. I got one with TJ Sanders. I got one with my homie Sirius Mac, and then a few others are in the works because Sirius Mac has some obviously he's connected with other rappers and stuff. Some big, some small. And I'm gonna be doing some interviews with them. And if these certain artists, if they're don't know about you, I can definitely send some your way for interviews or rundown or stuff like that. So, just keep that in mind that I can, I'll definitely send up your way if you already don't have connections with them already. But, I know there's certain people Sirius Mac fucks with that aren't very involved in any of the internet YouTube shit, so it'll be very interesting to pull them up. I just don't want to give out names publicly because it's not all for sure yet. It's in the works type of deal. We're talking to the people and stuff like that, so I don't want to be like, oh, false prophet, blah blah blah, never happened, type of shit. But it's in the works. I got some couple big names that are possible of doing interviews with, which I'm pumped for. I really hope I get the availability to do it because it'd be fun as fuck. I feel like, especially the way how I do interviews. I don't really do interviews. We just chop it up on like a phone call type of deal. So I think that will be lit. I'm also, once things start getting more stable in my life a little bit without the chaos at the moment, I plan on doing a show myself that's I'm going to be looking into certain people to possibly pull them up and do a show, a little podcast, but it's going to be like a stoner podcast, if you will, or we're smoking, and each show is going to be a specific topic that the podcast gets to talk about. We'll pull up videos, we'll have different guests that go on that certain topic or whatever. It'll be like a chop it up session. It's going to be called Danks Up and Smoke. That's the podcast name. So that thing coming up in near future. It'll be pretty fun to do. Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of what I got going on in the near future for the streams on both the Enlightened Watcher and Dank Reactions. I might be making a third channel for the separate podcast just to keep things easier to like manage or whatever, but I might just do a subgroup on one of the channels just so I don't have a bunch of channels. I don't know yet. We have still yet to decipher how we're going to do that. I kind of more leaning towards a new channel for that just because of merch, that kind of deal, stuff like that. But we shall see what happens. As always, I'll keep everybody in the loop through Instagram, my YouTube community page. I'm planning on also making a website for probably, it's going to be mainly Dank Reactions. That's going to be the website. The channel that's going to get the website, along with merch channel, all that stuff. The Enlightened Watcher, I'm just going to keep this as a random channel that I just chop it up about bullshit. Not worry about too much. And just like chop it up with viewers and stuff like that. I'm going to keep the other channels for content only. And like Dank Reactions, that's mainly for music, and interviews and stuff like that. So, I got plans in motion, man. We're getting there. Also, if anybody ever needs help with logos or anything like that, I am pretty experienced with those. If you can tell by some of my logos. So if you ever need help, I do offer doing logos for free for people that need help for them. Definitely hook you up a free logo. You just got to give me ideas of what you want, and we'll get it made for you. My email is always attached to my YouTube. You just hit me up. We'll put in like the subject that you're looking for a logo or whatever it is that you're emailing me about, for sure, so I can separate it from all the bullshit that I get in email. But yeah, as for everything else, man, that's about it, guys. Keep in tune because there might be another stream tonight. Who knows? I might pop up with another stream, but that stream will be on my computer if I do it. Probably on this channel, not Dank Reactions either. It'll be on this one. We'll run a panel if I do it tonight. It'll definitely be a panel. We'll react to some shit, talk about some shit, chop it up. A few people, whoever has time to come up. Oh, is it the rundown tonight? Wait, yes, it is the rundown tonight. You're right. So no, I will not do the panel stream. I'll be at the rundown actually. I forgot. It's Monday. See, I'm all fucked up on my schedule. Yeah, I'll be at the rundown tonight. So, scratch that then. Unless if I get to my computer in time, it depends on when I leave and stuff. If I'm there, rundown don't start until 9, so I might if I get in early enough, I could run a possible 1 or 2 hour fucking panel before rundown, but that's if I make it home in time. But I'll keep everybody in a loop regardless through Instagram or whatnot. If you don't see anything on Instagram or my YouTube community page, it's probably not happening. That's how we'll do that. Other than that, I hope everyone has an amazing day. Money, drive safe on the roads. Triple T, enjoy your day at work. Hope all is well. Everyone else, same with goes to y'all. I hope all is well. Keep doing what y'all are doing, man. Stay positive, and always try to spread some positivity because mental health is a bitch. And all we can do is try to be positive to everybody around us and hope to God that they do the same. It's free to call. It doesn't cost you much to say a kind word to somebody or lend a hand. So, you see someone struggling, always lend a hand. Always try to show that you care because we all are fighting demons in this world. We all have our separate issues and our own war that we fight every day. So keep that in mind when you are interacting with other people. Till the next one, I love y'all. Keep it safe, keep it real. All right, peace.